I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid, I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Ice camera bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. Connor, are you ready for a 1v8? Because I have a feeling that's what it's going to be.
I'm down. Let's do it.
That's all it's going to be is pure plum crazy all over the place tonight. I'm expecting full-fledged. Um, I foresee a lot of speed dates, fun, crazy speed dates. I foresee a lot of Spurg, a lot of TDS, a lot. But it should be fun, right?
I mean, there's some reason why I'm addicted to doing this, and so like even if I tried to quit, I don't think I would be able to.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, in all fairness, someone told me once that they think that everyone who is a YouTuber has some type of traumatic psychological thing going on where we're all here for some weird reason.
Yeah,
So
no, your dad didn't give you enough hugs, your mom didn't give you enough hugs. You know, something like you're a middle child or you're the baby or something, and you didn't get
middle
enough
child.
attention. Yeah,
I
yeah,
am the
there you go.
middle
I'm a middle
child.
child too.
I think I
So,
claim that one.
yeah. So, you know, whatever trauma led us to this fate, you know, it is what it is. But it should be entertaining for other people to enjoy our traumatic backlash.
Fair enough. I'll take it as a win, wholeheartedly. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, this evening we are going to be discussing the topic: MAGA isn't conservative or Republican. Connor, let's start with kind of a breakdown. What do you mean by that?
I could go for 5 minutes. So if you want me to go for
Go for it.
30 seconds, I can. The conservatism is not just keep things old. That's not conservatism. All right,
Mhm.
conservatism actually has a history. It actually has a political philosophy behind it. Edmund Burke is arguably the father of conservatism. He believed that the French Revolution was caused by intransigent traditionalists, people who
Mhm.
held on to bitter, brittle institutions for way too long. And then it was also caused by revolutionaries who put a bunch of bullshit in with their legitimate grievances. And so what happened was, because the brittle, bitter institutions didn't listen to the legitimate grievances, we collapsed society and there was endless bloodshed. So his recommendation was actually conservatism, which is
Mm-hmm.
you start from the status quo. People, institutions, well, actually, I should just say institutions. Institutions are made up of people, and institutions, while flawed and while they might have things that don't make sense, are made up of the accumulated wisdom of hundreds of years or thousands of years of human experience. And so institutions, while they can be fucked up and flawed and counterproductive, they often have deep, 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 deep human wisdom nestled inside them. So if you're a conservative, then you should defer to the status quo institutions of your current day, try to find the wise parts of them. You should criticize progressives and liberals whenever they go too far.
Mm-hmm.
But then if they have a legitimate grievance against the current society, then you should integrate that into society. And so that's where some people bring up the conservative criticism that conservatism is progressivism and liberalism doing the speed limit. But
Mm-hmm.
unironically, that's what Edmund Burke argued for.
Okay. Do you distinguish between conservative and traditionalist? Do you
Yeah, I do.
acknowledge?
I think traditionalists would actually be the people who held on, or are trying to hold on to, the brittle institutions that Edmund Burke was criticizing.
Okay. So then how does MAGA kind of play into all of this in terms of what would you say MAGA represents wholeheartedly?
Well, I think MAGA is definitely a right wing movement. You know, they
Mm-hmm.
have no problems using the state. They have no problems with law enforcement. They have no problems with the military. They have no problems with capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that it's a right wing movement. Also coming from the French Revolution. The right wing was the side of parliament that preferred the monarchy, so the king and the church and the traditional society. And then the
Mm-hmm.
left wing was the liberals and the Jacobins and the moderates, who effectively were either trying to stabilize society or they were trying to overthrow society from a left wing bend. And
Mm-hmm.
so our shorthand of left and right effectively says, what's your preference? Do you prefer and root your perspective in tradition and institution? Or do you prefer and root your perspective in the individual? And so that's why communism, socialism, leftism, leftist philosophy, oftentimes it talks about the aggrieved masses for their motivation for why they do what they do. It's because they're fundamentally left wing philosophies.
Lots of words. Okay, so MAGA is definitely distinguished from the left. It's definitely not left at all. There's no like sitting in or even tapping into some of those pieces, correct?
Well, they'll use left wing tactics. So, for instance, like populism, appealing to the masses, that is a left wing idea. So it's like using a left wing tactic for a right wing purpose.
So grabbing into a lefter's toolbox to
Yeah.
fix a right wing problem per se.
Well, I mean, I'm not a populist. I think the
Hmm.
average person, like that's I joke about this with my chat all the time. I think democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. I think the average person is a tool. I think they're a moron. I think they're a dipshit. I don't think they study politics. I don't think they study history. I don't think they study economics. I don't think they know half of what the fuck they talk about.
Hmm.
And so the fact that populism is effectively deferring to the wisdom of the mob and trying to give the mob what they want. I
Hmm.
think MAGA is a populist movement, but it tries to gin up the energy of the mob in order to pursue right wing goals.
Oh, okay. So if MAGA doesn't sit left, it definitely sits right, but it utilizes left side tools, but it's also not right enough to be considered the conservative or Republican party per se. So it just kind of sits in its own little weird wheelhouse, right? It's
Well,
like
I,
a
I would argue that MAGA is
overlapping.
further right than republicanism and
Oh,
conservatism,
okay.
because conservatism would be viewed. So if you had rigid traditionalism,
Mm-hmm.
they would view conservatives in the Burkean sense, and I've been accused of this as well, as like traitors to the right wing. because you're listening to the left wing, you're listening to their grievances, you're listening to their criticisms, and you might even support moderate reform. Just as an
Mhm.
example, I'm a former law enforcement officer. While I did not support the Black Lives Matter movement, there's absolutely a problem with police brutality in this country. And I
Mhm.
I actually have suggestions about things that we could do in order to improve law enforcement within this society. But when we're so fractured,
Mhm.
the right wing views any concession to the left in reference to criticism of law enforcement as, well, you're just surrendering. And
Mhm.
that's where MAGA and traditionalists would be further right than republicanism and further right than conservatism.
Mhm. So where would republicanism sit in terms of, I mean, you say MAGA is further right. How would you define republicanism like at its core?
Well, weirdly enough, there's left-wing republicanism. So for instance, republicanism in the IRA context, a lot of the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, and the Irish revolutionaries of the early 20th century, they had a lot of left-wing social prescriptions.
Mhm.
The republicanism is not necessarily like it's considered a right-wing ideology compared to leftism, but
Mhm.
all republicanism is representative democracy. So effectively, rather than having a pure direct democracy where everybody votes and everybody votes on everything, the founding fathers believed that the average person was too fucking stupid for that. And
Mhm.
so they basically made voting like white propertied males of good character because they thought that these were the people who were capable of having the franchise. But in turn, they voted for representatives amongst themselves who were supposed to be the smartest, best read, most technocratic, most savvy people of their society in order to represent them within the legislature. And then
Mhm.
the legislature was supposed to craft policy that's good for society. And so republicanism, I would say, is more right wing than, let's say, like communism or socialism or
Right.
anarchism or libertarianism. But it's obviously not as far right as fascism or theocracy or monarchy. So
Mhm.
republicanism is actually, in my opinion, probably a center right philosophy.
Right. I think most people would. I think most people would agree with that. Um,
They might, but these words, we don't really use these words in order to explore like the definitions of the philosophy. We use these
mhm.
words to describe tribal groups of people who vote similarly.
Right. Yeah, and we start with the main crux, like, are you right or left? But then as
Yeah.
you dive down in, it's like, okay, well, if you're right wing, then how do you divide into that? Like, would you consider yourself MAGA, traditionalist, conservatism,
Well,
Republican, as you're
Yeah,
going?
and that's one of my frustrations is like technically fascists and monarchists are right wing, but I'm not
Mm-hmm.
a fascist or a monarchist.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, socialists and communists are left wing, but a lot of liberals fucking hate socialists and communists because they view them as like an anchor around their neck that drags down their politics. And
Right.
so this thing, one of the things that I really hate about fucking discourse right now, especially with like the commentary the people who do commentary professionally is because of Charlie Kirk, they've drawn a clear line down the middle where
Mm-hmm.
if you supported Charlie Kirk, you love Charlie Kirk, et cetera, then you are on the right. And then if you criticize Charlie Kirk, didn't like Charlie Kirk or whatever, then you're just somebody who excuses his murder and
Right.
therefore you're a part of the left. Whereas that has nothing to do with like political philosophy whatsoever. That's taking a single data point and then splitting it into a binary and then throwing tens of millions of people away, even if they have legitimate criticism.
So, well, I mean, how would you get away from that, anyways? Because I would think that in terms of in principle, right? If somebody dies and you say something bad about that person, or like in terms of like, oh, well, I'm glad they're deceased or whatever, or it needed to happen, or they set themselves up, or, something that would be considered icky, right? How do you determine that their principles and values of somebody who would say something like that would even like where they would align to, you know what I mean? To me, I would look at it as, well, gosh, if you think that about one person dying, like what else do you think? Right? So when
Well,
when
no, and that's That you're exactly what you said is like super, super, super common.
Mhm.
Calling a dead person a piece of shit is obviously uncouth, you know.
Mhm.
But then where I get frustrated is you know, if I talk about, and I swear to God, there's like a brain switch problem here. Okay,
Mhm.
if we talk about people within the United States and they get shot or they get stabbed or they get raped or they get murdered, sorry for the grape, I'll change it. But if something bad happens to somebody within the United States, conservatives are all over that. They're like, okay, we know the problem, we know the moral prescription, we know why it's bad, we know how to fight it, we're going to do this, that, the other. But I swear to God, the second that we leave the borders of the United States and we're still involved as a country within like foreign geopolitical affairs, the same moral consideration is not extended to other people. And just as an example, what I would say is like I brought up PEPFAR, the International AIDS Program, and
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just even in a conversation with you, you were kind of like, well, they're not really ours to give a shit about, so meh. And that's kind of like I think there's a part of your brain that shifts the calculation as soon as it's somebody who's not a citizen.
Mhm. Well, and I think that's fair, right? Obviously, like I would put it on let's put it on a smaller scale, right? Myself and my children are my 110% priority, right? So maybe my neighbor across the street needs, $100 to go to the grocery store because they can't feed their own baby or something like that, and I only have $100 left, and I need to be able to take care of my children too, right? Like why? Like, if I give them that 100, even if it's $20, right? Even if I give them that $20 and say, like, here's my last $20, but I don't know what I'm going to feed my children with tomorrow, right? Like, why would I do that, right? I owe a duty to my children and myself first before I extend it outward, right? Now, I
No, I
understand we have like millions of dollars and we put it around here and there, but my my sole like baseline value system in that is, we've already done so much, we've done our duties to other civilizations to try to bring them upwards, so that they're not, so that they can kind of play with everyone else, right? They can work on import export, they can have a government system, they can have a healthcare system and all these things, but how many years does it take, before you can turn yourself into a self-sustaining system, right? Like, why are we still continuing to dump money into something? And maybe we're not even getting anything out unless we're like colonizing it and actually resourcing out of that. Then, if there's a take built into that, I understand. But we have, our own set of problems here with especially our own children. There's thousands and thousands of children that go hungry on a daily basis. Like, why are we not doing this, or don't have health care, or aren't getting all of the vaccines that they need? Why are we not making that our first priority and then secondhand out?
well, no, I think instinctively, like this probably, I find that I am at least logically pretty conservative, and I think that this not only does it make like instinctive sense, it makes a certain amount of like logical sense from a survival standpoint, right?
Hmm.
It's kind of like the same thing like when you're on an airplane, you put the oxygen mask on your own face before you put it onto your neighbor, right? Because if you
Yes.
pass out before you
Then
put
you're
the oxygen mask
useless.
on your own face, you're both screwed anyway. So who cares? So I understand the logic of it. I understand the instinctive aspects of it. But this actually brings us to there's like seriously like 7 different flavors of conservatism, and I think MAGA fails on all of them.
Okay.
What we're talking about right now is neoconservatism. And what neoconservatism is historically is that there were some leftists in the 50s and 60s who were originally socialists. And they saw the revolutions in the Soviet Union and they were like, oh my God, this is a nightmare. Like they thought that they were going to free humanity. They thought they were going to free humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. They thought that people were going to like work and hold hands and share goods and services, and they were going to have free love, and they were going to do this and they were going to do that, and none of that shit happened. They instituted they instituted, or the Soviet Union instituted a dystopian, authoritarian police state nightmare that rivaled the United States through the 1980s.
Mhm.
So in the 50s or 60s, these socialists, most of them abandoned socialism, and they also thought the Democratic Party was being infiltrated by socialists and communists, or useful idiots for socialists and communists. And they said mixed economy capitalism is better. American patriotism is better. Republicanism is better. Democracy is better. And we are in a civilizational struggle between communism, probably jihadist theocracy, although that would come in later. That would be more like the 1980s than the 60s or 70s. But
Mhm.
we're in an existential struggle for the soul of the world. And whether or not the world remains free is a matter of our international effort. And so, if you, we're kind of, it's kind of like a fish asking like what's water. We are swimming in the era of like neoconservative world interventionism.
Mhm.
So Korea, Vietnam, Grenada, Panama, Lebanon, Iraq, these are all arguably neoconservative military adventures.
Mhm.
But the argue, I'll stop yapping in a second. But the
No, you're
argument
good.
from neoconservatives is that what they did is they collapsed the Soviet Empire, which was good.
Mhm.
What they did is they forced China to become more capitalist, which is good.
Mhm.
And what they would argue is that through our military and diplomatic interventionism, the United States has created a commercial empire that is representative of $70 trillion of the world's $100 trillion economy. America, through proxy, controls like 70% of the world, arguably. And
Mhm.
so they would argue that your Funko Pops, your Pokemon cards, your Warhammer figurines that I have in the back, your hentai, your magazines, your anime TV series, these are all products of American military adventurism and American commercial adventurism. And so to see Trump and MAGA withdraw from that, I think is a mistake. I understand it instinctively, but I think it's a mistake.
Well, where do you stand on isolationists?
I'm anti-isolationist. One of my frustrations with what you said too
Mhm.
is you're like, well, we got starving kids. We got people who don't have health care here. Well, when push comes to shove, what do Republican representatives actually vote for? They don't vote for free lunch for poor kids in local schools. They don't vote for universal health care for Americans. They say, that shit's too expensive, skill issue, fuck poor people. And then that's
Mhm.
it. So we saved, $10 billion, which is nothing, through the Trump Doge cuts, and then we're not spending it here. We're not spending it on our own people.
Well, and that's and right. So the outcome of what they do post, cutting all this funding for the healthcare overseas, whatever, so on and so forth, that I could get on board with. But if they end up in turn spending it on something else externally, then I kind of still question that too, right? I would
They
be
do dumb shit
more,
all the time.
yeah.
The transgender plays in Colombia, and the atheist organization in Nepal, and the this, that, the other. The government and the military and commercial adventurism has been so extreme that even if I don't want USAID to be cut, I understand why it's cut. I
Hmm.
understand. It's because they said my roads are fucked up and you're spending $20 million on fucking transgender rights in Colombia. What the fuck? You know?
Hmm.
Like I get it.
Right.
I get it. Logically, even if I think it's a mistake.
So is that a ploy of MAGA, or is that what you were saying, neoconservatism? Like, where would MAGA sit in that wheelhouse?
I would argue on the isolationist side.
Hmm.
I would say that letting Israel steamroll Gaza was actually, relatively speaking, an isolationist move. I would say that bombing Iran was pretty limited. So while that could be like a neoconservative hawkish move, you saw the neoconservatives praise Trump when he bombed Iran. But that was fairly limited, and Trump has since, kind of moved back from it. And then I would also argue that in reference to our relationship with Ukraine, there's not a single neoconservative who would have made the moves that Trump did. It's actually like quite a big betrayal of neoconservative principles to have a country that is coming your way socially and economically, and then
Mhm.
just to not support them when they're in an existential struggle.
Um, well, okay, so why I see where you're going with that. So,
You don't have
Ukraine
to
would
like, you can think it's bad to be involved in Ukraine. Like,
well,
but
see, I don't understand most of it to know the ins and outs. You know what I mean? Uh, like I can understand general concepts of it. I pulled myself completely out of politics a long time ago because it gives me a fucking headache. Right? So I don't keep I was the person listening to C-SPAN and nerdy stuff like that, but like long
nice.
time ago I was like this is giving me a headache. I can't anymore. You guys are just tarded. Um but so where was the why would we not assist Ukraine or why would we?
Yeah, so the argument is we defeated the Soviet Union, okay,
Mhm.
in 1987, 89. I forget when the wall came down, but the Berlin Wall fell. And that was like a huge moment for America, was because we had defeated our greatest communist rival. And then in
Mhm.
1974 we normalized relations with China, and while they're arguably like an authoritarian dystopian police state nightmare right now, they have become more capitalist over the past like 40 years.
Mhm.
So then, take a win where you can see it, I guess. But what happened in the wake of the collapse of the Soviet Union is Eastern Europe, which was like famous for being corrupt, famous for falling apart, famous for being under the thumb of the Soviet Union. What's happened is, yes, they've been corrupt. Yes, they've been fucked up. Yes, they're kind of like weird Eastern Europeans, but they've slowly normalized, become more capitalist, become more liberal, meaning that they support maximal human freedom. A lot of them became NATO members, which means that we're a part of a military defensive pact against Russia.
Mhm.
And so like Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, all these people became members of NATO. And so the neoconservative project was probably at its peak with that.
Mhm.
And what ended up happening was Ukraine, they knew, because them and Russia had been so tight for so long, they actually have like a really parallel history. They kind of wanted to get the European market and the benefits of being more liberal and being more capitalistic without necessarily fully falling out of favor with Russia.
Right.
I'll try to make it brief, but basically, like, Russia has extreme amounts of um, energy and military interest in
Mhm.
Eastern Ukraine and Crimea. So they were not going to let
Not gonna let him
Ukraine
go.
go.
Never
Yeah, they're
gonna
not going to let him
give
go. It
you
was
up. Never gonna let you down.
no, straight up. It was like, try and leave me, baby, see what happens. And that's kind of what Russia did. So in 2014, they invaded Crimea, which is the peninsula off the southern side of Ukraine, and then afterwards they used militias in eastern Ukraine to take over eastern Ukraine. And then I think realistically they would have conquered the entire state if they could, but
Mhm.
because of European and American support, Ukrainians are interested in independence. So they've been fighting for the past 2 or 3 years. And one of the things that kind of pisses me off about MAGA not giving a fuck about Ukrainians fighting for their independence is that Afghanistan fell in 2 weeks. Iraq fell in like 3 months. So if Ukrainians were not interested in fighting for their independence, this war would have been over within weeks or months.
Mhm.
This war is still going because Ukrainians are actually fighting.
Right.
And so to not support them in that fight, I think is a betrayal of neoconservative principles.
Do you think there's some kind of benefit to palling up with Russia then in that aspect?
For
Maybe
us
like,
to,
hey, like we'll stay out of it if we benefit in some other way.
we would, but we would also be condemning, like, if you talk to people who are dissidents in Russia, what you're talking about is a kleptocracy, an oligarchical kleptocracy, which a lot of people they accuse the United States of being. What that means is, the people who rule you, they don't actually rule you because they're government officials or they're powerful or whatever. They rule you because they are the people who are best at stealing and keeping what they've stolen. And
Mm,
so when it comes to Putin, Putin's effectively been in power for like 20 something years.
mhm,
He's either been the president or he's been the prime minister over and over, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that's because their democracy is not a real democracy. Effectively, it's Putin and his friends. And so if you're, I'm kind of serious. So if you're Putin's friend, you can be a billionaire, you can be rich, you can have a family, you can have a second family, you can have a mistress, you can have yachts, you can have caviar, you can have Bentleys. But if you're not Putin's friend, then you're just kind of shit out of luck, and you're just another Russian peasant. And so, yeah, we could benefit from a good relationship with Russia, but we would effectively be condemning any country that was conquered by Russia, that we allowed to be conquered by Russia. They would be living in a similar oligarchical kleptocracy.
mhm. So it's kind of like watching someone be stepped on and not doing anything about it in that aspect. Like knowing
Right.
that it's not going to be it's not going to be good at the end. Like if Ukraine just gets pulled into Russia, then Russia just is going to basically override and do the same thing there that it's doing to its own country.
And there's Ukrainians who want what we have. I mean, it's silly to say, but people like McDonald's, people like blue jeans, people like Funko Pops, people like the internet, people like TikTok, people like participating in a free economy. And so it's arbitrary to us because we have these things.
Mm,
But to other people in the world, these things are not arbitrary. You could talk to people in the 70s and 80s who lived in the Soviet Union. There was a vibrant black market for American music and American consumer goods because in Russia, they were prohibited as being like luxurious consumer goods of the bourgeois capitalist vampire empire.
mm,
And so to us, freedom is arbitrary because our lives are already pretty good. To them,
mm.
freedom actually means something.
Okay, so but what do we get out of it, right? I mean, obviously,
Natural
Ukraine being
gas.
another country. Okay, so they have resources and stuff available there that we could say like, all right, we'll protect you and do X, Y, Z if we can
Yeah.
tap into this way.
Natural gas and rare earth elements. Something that I would expect to be like an easy criticism of my perspective is that it sounds like really benevolent. It sounds like really like, oh, we're giving you freedom and everything's good. No, we're going to get something out of it, right? Like the
Mhm.
reason why we were involved in the Caribbean is because we wanted bananas. The reason why we, conquered Hawaii is
Really?
because we wanted, yeah.
We wanted
Um,
bananas. I'm
I'm
so
not kidding. They
grateful.
called it the
I
Banana
love
Wars.
bananas.
They called it the Banana Wars. There was a guy named Smedley Butler. He was a Marine, and somebody correct me in chat if I get the name wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's Smedley Butler. He was a Marine. He was an officer. He was promoted to fight in the Banana Wars in the early 20th century, and he wrote a book called War is a Racket. And the reason why he wrote that book was because the Marines were acting as security for
Mhm.
American corporations going into the Caribbean. So
Wow.
yeah. Same thing with Hawaii, by the way. The reason why we invaded Hawaii, of course, having like a military outpost in the middle of the Pacific Ocean
Right.
is beneficial to us. But
Mhm.
another reason is bat poop. So bat
Guano?
poop is yeah, guano. Guano is excellent fertilizer. It's like incredible fertilizer. And so part of the reason why we deposed the monarchy of Hawaii and conquered it and took it
Mhm.
was not just because we love freedom and democracy. It's also because we wanted really, really, really nice fertilizer.
And tropical islands.
Yeah. So all I'm trying to say there, well, all I'm really trying to say is like, if somebody wants to come at me with the cynical take, which is like, well, you're talking about like freedom and democracy and capitalism and all this stuff, but realistically, we're just doing it for our own selfish ends.
Right.
That's
And
capitalism.
right. So and that's what I'm saying like with the stuff you were talking about earlier like giving the aid to the other countries for the like the medical stuff and whatever. Like I
Yeah.
get it if we're tapping in and we're like, "Hey, we'll be nice and help you out with these things," but if we're going to do that, we also want access to that mine over there, right? That I
And
kind of
we do
understand.
that. We
Okay.
do that. The problem with Africa, and I think that anybody who's like worked in Africa for a long time, I think they probably would admit this, is that like the corruption can be so bad, the warlords can be so bad, the theft
Mhm.
can be so bad, the kleptocracy can be so bad, that it's not guaranteed. Like, even if you had a warlord like Burkina Faso had a civil war, they have a new dictator now.
Mhm.
If you signed a deal with the previous government that was corrupt, you might not extract as many resources as would be valuable to you for a selfish interest. And then not just that, if the warlord that you made a trade deal with, if he gets deposed, then obviously you're not making your money back.
Right.
And that's something that China is doing with the Belt and Road Initiative, is they're selling infrastructure contracts with governments, and then they basically said, we're going to get ours no matter what. And so,
Mhm.
regardless of the corruption, regardless of the politics, they will either have preferential trade deals with West African nations, or if those African nations don't give them the goods, they're going to make sure that they get the goods. So
Mhm. So for if you're MAGA, then would MAGA be more like pro tap into all of these other countries for the capitalistic aspect, or would MAGA say more like I think you were
MAGA
referring to
says
more
fuck
isol.
that. MAGA says this is the shit that caused 9/11. This is the shit that gets us involved in forever wars. This is the stuff that because let's face it, MAGA appeals to the working class of America.
Mhm.
19-year-old kids go overseas to the Middle East and North Africa, and they get killed for this international empire. And
Mhm.
so, what I think a lot of people, I think part of the anti-war, more isolationist sentiment in MAGA is a real sentiment from the war on terror. I think Americans are tired. I think they're tired of being involved overseas. I think they're tired of being in wars of countries of whose names they can barely pronounce. I think they're tired of tracking what international terrorists they should care about this week.
Right.
So I would say, while I disagree with MAGA, I understand why they don't want to be involved, because it gets our civilians killed through international terrorism, and it gets our soldiers killed through international foreign military adventurism. And the way that, just indulge me 10 more seconds, the
Mhm.
way that our 19-year-olds get recruited, our 19-year-olds don't get recruited saying, you're going to go fight for bat guana in, Hawaii. They don't get told you're going to be fighting for banana companies in the Caribbean. They don't say, oh, you're fighting for oil and natural gas in Eastern Europe and the Middle East and North Africa, so Japanese people can make fucking Funko Pops, and they can sell, Funko Pops to fucking American teenagers. That's not what they get told. They get told you're fighting for truth, justice, the American way, freedom, democracy, all these like buzzwords. And I think when they find out that it's really a international commercial empire, I think they get really blackpilled.
More like just commercialized security at its finest, you'd say.
Unironically, yeah.
Mhm.
Like, I'll try not to yap too much, but a lot of people who are former veterans, what they do almost immediately afterwards is they work for private security companies who secure oil fields in the Middle
Mhm.
East and North Africa. So yeah,
Yeah,
we we
almost very
are
similar. Yeah.
we are international corporate security for $70 trillion worth of international trade. That's what America is.
So, wouldn't I mean that kind of makes me think of like Vietnam and all of the people avoiding the draft or let's not fight. Let's like because it was very anti-war during that time. We were very much against it. MAGA almost the way you're explaining it almost reminds me of that kind of concept, but I'd imagine it would be in a different realm or a different reasoning per se.
Well, the reason was it wasn't our fight.
Mhm.
So the neoconservatives, Henry Kissinger is arguably a pretty famous neoconservative architect. He had this theory that um, if we allowed the free world to be taken apart piece by piece by communists, then what would happen is eventually America would be alone, and the
Mhm.
entire world would be communist or socialist, and we would be like the last free society. And so he was saying, fuck that. Let's get ahead of the game, which is why we're going to go to Vietnam and defend southern Vietnam.
Okay. All right.
But we lost 50,000 dudes to it, you
Mhm.
know? And a lot of those kids, they didn't know Vietnam existed.
Well, I mean, are there any other countries that help secure and protect the like international capitalist concept? Are there others that can kind of take on the burden for a little bit.
You could argue that Europeans through NATO have been responsible for their own security, but the truth is a lot of Europeans were tired after World War II, so they didn't take their own security very seriously.
Mhm,
Korea, you cannot argue that. Korea has been taking its security super seriously because they've been invaded multiple times.
mhm,
Same thing with Japan. Japan, even though it doesn't have an offensive army, they do take their security seriously. They do take trade seriously. So yeah, we have partners. But I think that the way that it was set up largely is America wanted to be so far ahead of the competition that nobody even tried.
How do you do that? How do you like? I mean, I know we're kind of like Big Brother, but how do you be like the youngest country, right? Like, I don't, I mean, I'm sure there's others that have been established later than us, but overall, like a very young country, and somehow end up being the universe savior. How do you do that?
Unironically, World War II. So, what another interesting aspect of World War II, and we should probably move on to a different conservatism eventually. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk to you about 20th
I
century
kind of
history
like
for the
it
next
though.
hour.
I like
But
it.
listen, I love talking about it. So if you want me to keep yapping, I'll yap. But the unironically World War II. So a lot of people have this mythology of like American technological greatness achieving World War II. If
Mhm,
you actually look at the technology, the truth is that Germans and Japanese over-engineered their technology. They made really good technology, but they spent a lot of money to do it.
mhm,
They also had less people, so when they lost their pilots or they lost their engineers or they lost their factories, they weren't able to replace their industrial output. Whereas because the United States was never invaded, our industrial output was never challenged. And we had
mhm,
so many fucking people, and they were competent too. Our military is pretty competent. But not only is our military competent, our logistics are off the chain,
mhm,
and our we like McDonald's, basically McDonald's and the Ford assembly line
mhm.
just annihilated the world. Just absolutely, like, American dominance came from the assembly line.
That would make sense. I mean, that was, I would say, like industry changing in everything. Like, I mean, of course, we like handmade things and things that are like of like very more valuable because they take more time. But we also like our shit quick and cheap. So it would actually make sense that that would kind of push that. And in terms of going to war, right, having an assembly line oriented building of things that we need and such, like that would actually allow us to do quicker, cheaper, so on and so forth. So that would
There's a
actually.
great quote
Mhm.
from an astronaut. I forget who it is, but the quote from the astronaut was, "As I was going up into space, it did not comfort me to think that I was flying the machine designed by the smartest people on the planet, built by the lowest bidder." So like that, but that's America. That's
Right,
America. America is like, we have geniuses who design the most beautiful things possible. And then we're like, okay, but we want to do it for cheap though. And then we
right,
kind of scale back a little bit, and then we build a billion of them.
right. That makes sense. All right, tap into MAGA and wanting to kind of conserve our middle working class here in the United States because you mentioned that earlier. I want to tap into that aspect. Because that to
Yeah. So
me, that would be a great thing, right? Our middle class is kind of, I feel like it's always being pressurized down and down and down, and never does it ever really get the boost going back up. And so I'd love to tap into that.
yeah, the my issue with that, excuse me, is that when you look at, there's no doubt in my mind. Okay, neoliberalism is effectively like laissez-faire, free market economics. There's no doubt in my mind that what happened over the past 40 or 50 years is that neoliberal economists, they said that, well, cheap avocados from Mexico,
Mhm,
cheap beef from Mexico, cheap syrup and oil from Canada, cheap manufacturing goods from Asia. The middle class, the Detroit auto workers, they're going to get destroyed, and the automotive industry and the manufacturing industry in the United States is going to be destroyed.
mhm,
But what's going to replace it is cheap consumer goods that are going to make our lives so amazing. who gives a shit?
Mhm.
And then what it feels like to the working class person or like the lower middle class person in the United States is that we have a K economy now where if you're middle class, you're probably making more than 100 grand. You're probably making, 150, 200, whatever. And so you are living the middle class dream that the United States of America has promised you.
Mhm.
However, what's happened is that pool of people has shrunk
Mhm.
substantially. And so more and more people are finding that they have to work, their spouse has to work, they don't have time, they have to work 50 or 60 hours a week in order to make ends meet. The cheap consumer goods, that's cool, but basically they have to put in not only full-time work, but additional full-time work, and their partner has to work just to afford the cheap consumer goods that make their lives interesting.
Mhm.
And so it feels like an unfair deal, and I would say that's one of the things that's radicalizing us. The question is whether or not we're actually going to see MAGA policy bring these jobs back. Because the truth is that when you have somebody who in Malaysia or China is able to manufacture something for 90% less, even like labor cost, even with tariffs being slapped on foreign consumer goods, their goods just might still be cheaper than American goods.
Mhm.
So whether or not the next 4 years there's actually a revitalization of American industry, I don't think so. I think it's too late.
Yeah, though, like my uncle told me this a long time ago. He said, "Why get paid for what you can do? Instead, get paid for what you know." Right. So, and I think non-fun actually kind of gave it to me in a really good context of, are we going to kind of have our American people sit here and make a shoe, right? They spend their time and their skill set making shoes when, instead we can have them working on computers or something bigger or something, you know, that requires more intelligence and let the, little kid in whatever country out there sit there and make the
Yeah.
shoe because that is probably the amount of skill set that kid will ever, have the potential for or so on and
Yeah,
so
that's his
forth.
life. He's going to live and die that way probably.
Right. So, I kind of understand the concept of overseas for cheap goods and keeping it cheap that way. Uh, but I think our one of our bigger problems is not tapping into our trades. I know our trades are very like if I needed an electrician right now, it would be very hard to get one, at least like quickly, right? Because they're so limited in their
Or for a
industry.
reasonable price.
Like for a reasonable price, absolutely. Just to have someone come and take a look at my water heater, I was like, "Damn, seriously?" Like,
No,
wow. Mhm,
I think we fucked up culturally. I think that with the millennial generation in particular, we fucked up culturally where we said that if you work with your hands, you failed. And I think that's one of the ironies of my community in my chat is some of the richest people in my community in chat are people who work with their hands. They're
mhm,
electricians, they're welders, they're electrical engineers, they're people who are hyper mechanical. And those are the people who are doing the best in our economy. But like you said, a lot of people would rather work for $8 an hour or $10 an hour at Starbucks as a
mhm,
barista, go back to their apartment with roommates and bitch on
mhm.
Twitter about how hard life is, rather than actually going and getting the working class blue collar job because I think to some degree they think it's beneath them.
I agree there. Like, being a plumber, being an electrician, being a construction worker, they seem to kind of carry, like, oh, I guess you couldn't go to college, right? Or you must be dumb because only have a high school diploma. We put too much emphasis on the bachelor's degree and not enough.
And now the bachelor degree is useless.
It's useless. It's
I
useless.
don't use I
Actually,
don't use mine for shit.
well,
I used
mine,
mine to
I don't
get
know.
good jobs. I did not
Right.
use mine to actually do my job.
That's fair. I understand that. To me, like that's why I went ahead and tapped into and did the masters because when I started school, I had like very set goals for it, but I said like by the time I get my bachelor's, so will everyone else have that. How do I step another level up? And nowadays, even having a master's is almost like they're handing it out like candy because you can do it online. It's easy, like it's just, so at what point do we recognize that it's oversaturated on the bachelor's or even the master's and like anyone can get one? It's not that big a deal, you know?
I'm with you there. I think that's going to take like a culture shift though,
Mm-hmm.
where we're just going to have to we're going to realize, and I think the corporations and I think the American economy already kind of realizes that like certifications don't necessarily mean competency,
Mm-hmm.
and so I think that this will be something that fixes itself over the generations, where
Mm-hmm.
we will find out a new way to check out competence,
Mm-hmm.
because it's pretty clear that like yeah, sure, you hired somebody with a master's or you hired somebody with a bachelor's, but bachelors and masters are dime a dozen, and this guy sucks,
Mm-hmm.
because he was able to show up on time, and he was able to do his paperwork, and he was able to turn in his paperwork, and that's great, and a lot of workers need that.
Mm-hmm.
But realistically, like the trade that we need him in is more complex, and so that's where I think that capitalism. I think you just have to have a little bit of faith in mixed economy capitalism,
Mm-hmm.
that somebody called it a whirlwind of creative destruction. I think we just have to kind of ride the whirlwind of creative destruction, and
Right.
you and I are a part of that because we are a part of. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we would not be able to be digital media online pundits,
Mm-hmm.
making dozens, if not hundreds of dollars via super chats.
Mm-hmm.
This is the internet is part of the whirlwind of creative destruction.
No, well, now I'm at that point where I'm wondering, at what point does it become oversaturated in digital media like YouTube, TikTok,
Well, that's why you got to be good.
Insta, so on and so forth. Yeah, because I feel like even my son keeps saying, because he likes to watch, there's a certain gamer he likes to watch who plays the games and talks or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, mom, I want to make a YouTube too, like you, and play games." And yeah, and I'm trying to explain like it's not easy. And he's like, "Well, yeah, yeah, I just screen record and talk while I play and do this." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's the easy part, but there's so many more things, and I think more people are looking at that as a career option, and not
It's a great
realizing."
no, it's a great job, but it's insecure. There's no guarantee to
Mhm.
finance. It's effectively a creative endeavor. You
Mhm.
ultimately have to create your own digital media empire.
Mhm.
So yeah, like you don't just get to fire up a webcam, talk shit, and then the super chats come in.
Right.
You
Yeah.
have to you got to do you have to do some level of marketing. You have to do
Yeah.
some level of networking. You have to do some level of sales. You have to do some level of this, of that. But again, like that's where I have faith that and this is where I think MAGA gets away from it. So MAGA is using trade protectionism, tariffs, in order to increase the cost of foreign goods.
Mhm.
And so that doesn't decrease the cost of living to the working class or the middle class. All it does is it makes more American goods competitive with foreign goods. And so
Mhm.
maybe in the next 5 years, some people will buy more American products. And maybe as a part of that cultural shift, some American companies will shift some level of manufacturing back home so they can use that as a marketing strategy. But I'm not going to lie. I think that this is a fad that's probably going to die with Trump. And
Mhm.
I think that JD Vance and whoever succeeds Donald Trump is going to be way more technocratic, and they're going to be way more consumed by DC, that I don't expect economic protectionism and international tariffs. I basically don't expect them to survive Donald Trump's presidency.
Oh. Uh so you think MAGA would kind of like die off with Trump anyways?
No, I think MAGA will be around, but I think that they're going to be distracted by like trans bathroom bills. I think they'll be like, no, I'm joking and I'm serious. Like, but I do think like Matt Walsh will come out with a documentary about like, hey, the trans people are trying to trans your kids, and then they'll be like, oh my god, holy shit, they're trying to trans my kids. Let me focus on that, and they'll fucking forget how expensive everything is.
That's fair. Well, where do you think? Tell me about MAGA and more like societal concerns, because we tapped into the
Yeah, for
economic war, so on and so forth.
if
But
if
yeah.
if I could do, yeah, social conservatism is absolutely a thing, and I'll hit it immediately after I put this bow on the fiscal stuff. For the
Hmm.
fiscal stuff, fiscal conservatism, which is another version of conservatism that's a part of the MAGA bloc. Fiscal conservatism is actually about like debt reduction and debt management. And that's part
Hmm.
of the reason why Doge was so lauded within like libertarian and fiscal conservative circles. But the
Hmm.
problem is that Doge promised to cut 2 trillion. They didn't. They recommended 150 billion back to Congress. Congress cut 10. And that $10 billion that was cut is exactly what I'm talking about with PEPFAR and international aid.
Hmm.
And so you saved 0.16% of the budget, then you cut taxes, which for those of you who don't know, that runs the deficit. So that basically means that we say like imagine that you were making money and you didn't DoorDash twice, so you saved 0.16% of your annual budget, but then you
Hmm.
pulled out a credit card and you put another 2 grand on the credit card. And then you're like, well, hey guys, I saved 0.16% of my budget by not DoorDashing twice. And it's like, yeah, dickhead, but you put $2,000 on your new credit card, you fucking idiot. And so
Hmm.
that's kind of where, you asked me like, oh, well, isn't MAGA, aren't they going to be more disciplined in order to pay attention? No, because these talking points work with the average American voter. Because whenever I bring up, oh, Donald Trump's running a $10 trillion deficit and Doge didn't do shit, they're like, yeah, but he saved money. And that's their counter argument. They
Hmm.
really genuinely do not realize that it's the equivalent of not door dashing twice and putting $2,000 on a credit card. They
Right.
just don't understand it mechanically.
I see what you're saying.
Um, Social conservatism. So this is the one that I think that people MAGA could probably hit me on the hardest. I think that the Democratic Party is obviously infinitely more progressive. In the 2016 to 2022 era, I would say they were like rabidly progressive to the point that that fueled MAGA. And I also think that with MAGA, there's like a whole swath of social conservatism where you could be like, hey, I'm chill with trans people, but don't trans the kids.
Hmm.
Or you could be like, trans people are abomination unto God, and we should, throw them into the lake with a millstone around their neck for corrupting the youth. Like, I'm saying that because I've seen that shit in debates before. But anyway, so I would say that Donald Trump, because social conservatives are such a large part of his base, getting Roe versus Wade overturned via the Supreme Court picks was probably the biggest social conservative cultural victory in the past like 50 years. And so
Hmm.
Donald Trump's going to be able to rest on his laurels. However, I do think that social conservatives are making a deal with the devil where Trump himself doesn't have a social conservative bone in his body. I think he's actually probably a bad person. I think he's a philanderer. I think there's a high percentage chance that he engaged with underage people with Jeffrey Epstein in the 80s, 90s, and thousands. I think that if he got a mistress, pregnant, he would abort that fetus immediately. I think overall Donald Trump is actually like a pretty sleazy, bad human being who is not Christian, not socially conservative, and effectively, in my opinion, he takes the Lord's name in vain. Um, he cloaks himself in the robes of religion without actually being religious at all.
What is he pushing that would be a religious agenda?
I would say in reference to just like his staff always doing like the public prayer stuff, basically enabling states in order to do prayer and Bibles back in school unchallenged. I would say the Roe versus Wade thing was huge, where a lot of people viewed that as a social conservative victory because red states were able to ban abortion,
Hmm.
well, or not ban abortion, but get it down to like 6 weeks. And yeah, so I would say those are like the social conservative victories, I suppose.
Well, I mean, even overturning Roe v. Wade, kind of the premise behind that would be to hand that decision back to the states, and I think we should sit in that direction. I think that's a very important thing. Where, although we are the United States of America and we have a federal government, I think there are some things the federal government should leave to those the smaller communities, being the states. Leave it to them to make those. It's just the same as you have a dry county you have a wet county, when it comes to liquor license and things like that. It's kind of the same concept. Like, doesn't mean that alcohol is illegal across the board. It just means in that county we don't want you to sell it because we don't like scum here, right?
Uh,
Um,
I'm okay with this argument to a degree, but effectively
mhm,
what you have is I think that you have problems with both extremes. Obviously, the solution is to have the legislature pass a bill. That's
mhm,
the solution. Is if the federal government thought they could get enough votes in order to pass a reasonable centrist abortion bill, they would, but they can't. So the problem with red states in reference to abortion is that a lot of them have done bans up to 6 weeks. And
mhm,
so and they've also put in the only way that you can do an abortion is like threat to the life of the mother, but they've argued about threat to the life of the mother and what that means. And so
mhm,
several women have died from sepsis as a result of doctors not willing to take action when the women are infected.
mhm,
Then in blue states, the problem with leaving it up to the states is some blue states have effectively legalized infanticide. They said that you could have elective abortion up to the literally passing the fetus.
mhm.
And so as a result, yeah, sure, the red states are more conservative, and we've probably reduced the amount of abortions overall, but we've also legalized infanticide. I don't know, in probably half a dozen states.
Right.
So it's a mixed bag, and it's fucked up.
All right. But I think this is what is going to start creating a little more tribalism based on the states. And I think we actually need some of that. I think that's a good thing. Like, I wouldn't want to live in a state where they would be okay with all of these things, right? Like if I have to choose, if I have a choice of where I can move, and I want to, make sure I'm in the right place with the right people who agree with me. I'm going to move to a state where all of those values and principles are at the baseline of the laws that they have overarching everything, right? And I think that there's a degree of tribalism we need to be okay with in order to kind of let the blue states be blue, let the red be red. You kind of achieving a live and let live, but also we're going to ensure we keep our shit the way we want it, and you keep your shit the way you want it, right?
I mean, it could be good for the culture, but then you just have to accept these things that I'm kind of saying, where there's just going to be infanticide in
Mm-hmm.
some states, and there, while it'll be statistically rare,
Mm-hmm.
there will be women who have elective abortions after 20 weeks, which
Right.
I
But
think is fucked up. I think it's infanticide.
do you think that eventually that will kind of become a turning point in regards to abortions when we start pushing the idea, if more states start going to completely no abortion at all, with exception to, health of the mother, so on and so forth? Do you think that that will eventually kind of push the propaganda and the narrative out that, this is actually bad, we shouldn't do this, here's why?
We could hope, but I mean, like our political discourse is so bad that it's hard to agree on like the color of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So having like a complex, nuanced conversation about abortion seems like I think like a snowball stands a better chance in hell than
Mm-hmm.
having a nuanced conversation about abortion.
Well, it changes the way the conversation is to be had, right? If something's if
Yeah,
it
because
like
there's stakes. Yeah,
right,
before
if
Roe v. Wade was just the law of the land, and so you
mhm,
just either had to accept it or fight it. So yeah, so
mhm.
maybe by having blue states legalize infanticide and having red states kill moms through sepsis, that's that. Well, I mean, you're laughing, but like that's the thing is for me, I don't have a uterus.
Mhm.
I can't die from birth related complications. So for
Mhm.
me, it's like no skin off my ass, right? And then for the infanticide, people in blue states killing their kids or whatever.
Mhm.
I think it's fucked up. But again, I don't know them. I don't know their
Mhm.
names. I don't know where they live. I don't know who they are. So
Well,
they're
I
gonna have
think
to answer to God.
I think I do believe in that, right? Like you're gonna have to answer to God on your own. Like I'm not gonna be here to judge you in that aspect, but I'm going to try everything I can to prevent things from happening if I can, right?
Yeah.
But in that aspect, like how many was it? Like a million babies were aborted? Was it last year or something? I forget what the number and the
I'm
stats
sure
are.
I'm sure it's high. A stat I saw like 5 years ago was 500,000. But yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
it's a shitload. Now the
Right.
the argument from the abortion people or the pro choice side is that because these fetuses, like a majority of them are aborted before like the second or third or they're the end of the second trimester.
Mhm.
A lot of them have super undeveloped central nervous systems, so they probably don't have a consciousness or the capacity to feel pain. But then you're still talking about potential human life,
Mhm.
and I think at some degree, my personal opinion, anything under 18 weeks is like immoral. It's
Mhm.
bad. You should keep the fetus.
Mhm.
But as a compromise with progressives or liberals or whatever who view it as a human right, I would accept it legalistically.
Mhm.
After 18 weeks, though, if the mother is healthy and the fetus is healthy, I think you should be like, I hate to say it, I have a lot of liberals in my chat. I think you
Mhm.
should be basically have to keep the fetus. You should have to keep the
Mhm.
kid because they're capable of feeling pain at that point. They have some degree of central nervous system development. They might have a proto consciousness, and therefore they have some degree of personhood that should be protected.
Well, even that though, because your week count is never a guarantee.
Oh
You
yeah,
would only know your week count if you had like was it IVF? IVF?
yeah.
That's what it's
There's
called.
obviously some
Where like you
variability in it.
actually know the actual date of implantation, so on and so forth. So if even if you said, okay, 18 weeks, my hard line, do not proceed, do not go forward. Well, it would be really easy for me to just come in and say, hey, doctor, yeah, my last period was, and then I push the date actually, 3 weeks later and lie about it because I know I'm already at the 18-week mark. Even if you measure baby, right? Like me, I'm a small person. I'm 5'2", right? My babies were pretty small in my belly. Um, even sonogram wise, measurement wise, it's like, well, like this is where you're measuring at. But if your last menstrual cycle was this, then you would actually target here. But, baby measures smaller, all of these different things. So even if you put a hard line on that, that could even be skewed in that aspect. And
Oh yeah, all
there's
you can
no,
do, yeah, all you can do is craft as good a policy as you can, right?
mm-hmm,
That's all you can do. And then I think ultimately in that kind of scenario where somebody is lying about the age of their fetus in order to obtain an abortion,
mm-hmm,
you kind of just have to say, God is going to judge the abortion provider, and he's going to judge the person who engages in an abortion. And all you can do is you can kind of like culturally disincentivize it, encourage it
mm-hmm,
not to be normal. In the 1990s, the quote about abortion that they used in order to, I think, pass some legislation, I forget, but it was like safe, legal, and rare. Well,
mm-hmm,
safe, legal, and rare is something that most people can accept. What people can't accept is like dangerous, illegal, and often.
mm-hmm.
And I think like the shout your abortion movement on social media, where people were saying like, "Oh, I had an abortion and I don't want to feel the stigma of it, and I don't want anybody to judge me." I think those people are fucking assholes.
Yeah, I agree. Well, okay, but even at that, you said, on one end, oh wow, President Sunday just raided. Well, thank you, sir. Even at that, like and I'm gonna drop the link here in a moment for open panel, and then we'll start kind of winding down to that. But you said two extremes: either women are gonna die of sepsis, or uh,
Infanticide.
infanticide is going to happen, right? But what are the like what is the likely ratio of women dying of sepsis from not having proper health care happening and things going on there?
Listen, if you just want to say, well, I mean, it's probably fairly rare. It's probably only
Mm-hmm.
a few dozen, whatever. But then
Mm-hmm.
I think that's easy for me to say because
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a uterus.
Right.
It's not a concern for me.
I wouldn't imagine it would be like too ridiculously high, right? Obviously, because I don't. Here's how I look at it. If I don't know any women that had this issue happen, it's probably pretty rare because women tend, like, we all tend to have the same things happen, right? In terms of, or we know someone who went through something, so on and so forth. Just like miscarriages are very like not popular, common. I think it's like 1 out of 3. But I could tell you of 2 women I know that had to deal with it. So it's a little more common than usual. But from the sepsis concept, I would imagine, and I could be wrong, I would imagine it would be a pretty rare event that would happen. But in the other hand, you're saying the other states are doing say the word again. Infantis. No,
Infanticide, just
infanticide. Yes.
infant, and then I side, which means kill.
Hmm. So essentially, that's a million babies, right? I think it was like within a year, it was a million babies. So a million of those, or let's say maybe 100 women that might have this rare thing happen and unfortunately die.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I'm with you. It's policy is oftentimes that's one of the things about politics is it's who wields power, how and why.
hmm
And so the reason why the founding fathers kind of picked a liberal republic, which means maximal human freedom, is that
hmm
they were hoping that we would be like a moral and responsible people. That's what they were
right.
hoping. They were hoping that we would have some religious values or some virtues or some ethics, or we'd be interested in philosophy, or we'd be interested in morality. And so we would try to figure it out and live the best lives that we possibly can. I think the problem, of course, is that lots of human beings are fucking assholes. They're selfish, myopic, shitty. They're not interested in learning. They don't care about what ancient people said about the world. They don't care about morality. They don't care about philosophy. They don't care about history. And so we pay the prices for people being like that.
hmm For anyone watching, I've dropped the link for to get backstage. You can start hopping backstage for now. We're gonna finish up a few other points, and then we'll bring you all on. The link is pinned in the top of the chat on my end.
Well,
You're welcome to drop.
I can be
You,
super fast with the last two.
no, we don't have to be fast. They'll trickle in. We got time. I
Okay.
want to finish it. I'm
The
enjoying this conversation.
Good, good. Some people in chat not so much, but that's okay. They rage is the fuel of political content. Environmental conservatism. I would just say that the having the Department of the Interior. I could look it up specifically, but there was a senator and there was a person who was running like fish and wildlife, and
hmm
they tried to sell hundreds of millions of acres of public land, and the only reason why that didn't happen is because it was universally unpopular. So the conservatives, the conservative population,
hmm
stepped up and told these people to go fuck themselves. But realistically, MAGA politicians themselves tried to sell hundreds of millions of acres of public land. And then constitutional conservatism, I would argue that Trump has violated or tried to violate the first, the second, the fourth, the fifth, the eighth, the 12th, and the 22nd. And so there's like, I think that the only reason why Trump hasn't been a dictatorial piece of shit is because the Constitution has reeled him in. If we didn't have a Constitution, he would be going fucking buck wild on our society and our culture.
Well, you did say there's that matriarchal. Was it No, not matriarchal, monarchy side of conservatism, traditionalism, in terms of the far right wing. But you also say MAGA's not tapped into that. But I would say that, with that kind of piece of it, it would be a little more on like a monarchist standpoint.
No,
Let
I agree.
daddy
There's some
make
people who say that they
decisions.
unironically want Trump to be king. And so I'm not arguing that they're not right wing.
hmm
I'm arguing that they're not Burkean, neo, fiscal, social, environmental, or constitutional conservative. But I'm not arguing whether or not they're right wing. They're right wing.
hmm No, that makes sense. Now, what about the whole? Because you tapped in a little bit to the trans concepts and fighting over bathrooms. Uh, where I mean, obviously, traditionalists and conservative, we know where they stand on things because it's more like traditional gender roles, traditional lifestyles, a nuclear family sort of thing, 2.5 kids and a dog. Um,
Which
but
is
where
base,
do
by the
you?
way, base for most people.
You're right. So where would you put MAGA in that aspect of that realm?
So I've encountered two different kinds of MAGA, but I think one is louder than the other. And
Mhm.
so I think the libertarian MAGA, who are people who actually do like liberty, they do like the Constitution, they just want to throw a wrench at the system and they want to own the libs and own the progressives and own the leftists, right? That's like the
Mhm.
libertarian camp of MAGA. And I would say that those people, in reference to like trans stuff specifically, they often say like, don't fuck with kids. But if you're an adult, it's no skin off my ass if you do whatever you do. Right. That's
Right.
like the more libertarian MAGA camp. Whereas I
Mhm.
would say there's a traditionalist social conservative branch of MAGA that says not only can kids not be trans, but effectively even adults are delusional freaks who are hacking off their own body parts, and they should be like institutionalized and socially prohibited from, pursuing their happiness, I guess, medically.
Mhm.
And so I would say that the social conservatives are infinitely louder than the libertarians, and the libertarians basically just say like, they basically say like, oh well, the social conservatives are probably not going to be able to pass legislation, so I don't give a fuck even if they're being dicks about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, where do you see the gay rights and trans direction going, especially with MAGA where it stands right now? Do you foresee like everything just getting shut down or what?
I think the social conservatives are going to temporarily win in the cultural zeitgeist, but I think they're going to lose in the long term. I
Mhm.
think that when you see, for instance, Matt Walsh saying that he doesn't care about the young Republican group chat, but you see people like Ben Shapiro, or you see, God, what's that guy's name? I'm trying to think of this guy's name, James Lindsay, Jordan Peterson, all that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going to go as far as the social conservatives or traditionalists want them to go.
Mhm.
And if you remember the 90s, I'm like a fairly old guy. I was born in the mid to late 80s.
Mhm.
The What happened in the 90s in the cultural zeitgeist were the Christian theocrats were overplaying their hand, and so they were wildly unpopular. And so you had figures like Eminem come out, you had a bunch of hip hop, you had a bunch of like really transgressive social pop culture moments that were effectively designed to, the way that we're trying to trigger the libs now, they were trying to trigger the right. And
Mhm.
so that happened in the mid 90s to early thousands. Well, what happened from, I would say, probably late aughts, so like 2008, probably through 2022, was the progressive left and the far left were the people that needed to be triggered and pissed off. But I think the social conservatives are overplaying their hands. And as a result of that, they're going to become the people to trigger in the next 5 to 10 years.
Oh. So, do you think it's gonna kind of flippy flop a little bit? And there's gonna be a lot of it's kind of like
I think
Roe v.
I think the
Wade was our focal
libertarians.
point, and now we'll like focal point in on the transgender, maybe the gay marriage, gay rights. There's a lot of different. I feel like gay rights is kind of like gonna sit where it's at, and it's not gonna go anywhere because it doesn't really.
Relatively speaking, because even, I lived in Florida for a long time. We're a purple state, but I've also traveled to like Alabama and shit.
Mhm.
I've traveled to Kentucky. I've traveled to all those other places, and even like extended family members who are like giga conservative Christians or whatever. They're basically like, yeah, I think it's gross, but I'm not gonna do shit about it. Like
Right,
that's like my extended redneck West Virginian, Kentucky, Alabama family. That's
right.
their perspective. I don't think they're going to load the gays onto train cars for mass extermination. Like I think they're probably going to be like, yeah, it's gross, but meh. Like that's
Yeah.
probably going to be most people.
Well, I mean, what about this is one thought I have. I'm kind of curious where that direction's going to go in terms of like transgender being a protected in terms of hate speech and so on and so forth. Do you think that's going to stay protected? Um,
No. I think hate speech laws are probably unconstitutional.
mhm,
I think where it's going to shift is like workplace protection. I think
mhm,
workplace protection will probably be fought over. Um, but I think from the right wing has a problem with the Constitution when they want to do this extra crazy shit. Because when you have equality before the law, equality before the law means equality before the law, which means that even if you're a gender bending trans person, you still have rights. So
mhm.
you either have to change the Constitution or you're fucked.
Okay. That makes sense. All right, I'm gonna the link again. It's dropped in the chat. And you're welcome to drop it over on your end too. It's that same link that I sent you. It is pinned in the top of my chat. I've got two sitting backstage right now, which is kind of weird for a Thursday night. Normally it's a full house. Maybe everyone's busy right now and they'll be
Well,
coming
there's
in
a lot of
later.
people talking shit. It'd be nice to see those
I
fucking people
know.
jump
That's
in
what
the
I'm
back.
saying. Like, there's a lot of people that have been talking
Hey, you're
shit in the
talking
chat
shit, but you
all
can't mic
night.
up.
Yeah, come on. Come on, grab your balls, be a man. All right.
Pussies.
we're gonna do the super chats, and then I'll bring on the panel. Whoever is sitting back there, I know I've got two back there for now, but we'll see who else joins if they do. If not, y'all are a bunch of pussies. Just saying.
Agreed.
Gen X, I like that name. Gen X with a big 5 says Mrs. Points should sub when you ditch us. I don't get it. Are you
That's
gonna?
just my wife. So he's saying
No, I
that
know who Mrs. Points is, but should
yeah.
sub when you ditch us. Like her come
No,
and take your place.
I don't really know either. She's been trying to encourage my wife to start streaming because she thinks my wife would do really well. And I think my wife would do really well as well. She's actually more mean than me, believe it or not.
I'm finding that's a common theme among like men who are streamers, and then their wives get in the chats, and their wives are like, woo, like way more. I mean, I would even say that for the Wilsons too. Like Rachel's the mean one. People just don't realize it.
Right.
Yeah. So that's fair. That's fair. Well, I think you should get your wife involved then. Harry says with the Big Ten, MAGA is apparently tech. I can never say it. Technoc. Say it. Technocracy.
You got it.
Right? It hurts my brain sometimes when I have to do words that are Technocracy Incorporated. See Patrick Wood and Courtney Turner podcasts. What would you?
MAGA is like 6 different movements in a trench coat. So I agree. There's like a techno feudalist, high technology, transhuman billionaire element of MAGA.
Mhm.
But you know, I think even they would say that they're not traditional conservatives. They're using MAGA as a vehicle to achieve technology deregulation that benefits them.
Okay. All right. I get it. Thumping Weevil stop. I'm surprised she's not backstage. Maybe she's working with the baby or something, putting baby to sleep. But Thumping, I'm sure you actually should be on this one. Tard Wrangler with a Big 10 says NATO was not a defensive pact against Russia. It was against the Soviet Union. With rapid NATO expansionism post the fall of Soviet Union, despite former promises, it made war inevitable.
Yeah, I think that's stupid as fuck. I don't think Russia. Sorry, that's genuinely how I feel. Russia doesn't have a right to Lithuanian, Latvian, or Estonian land, and they also don't have a right to Finnish land. They don't have a right to Swedish land. They don't have a right to Polish land. They don't have a right to Ukrainian land. They don't have a right to any of that shit. So saying like, oh well, it's not a defensive pact against Russia, but all of Russia's neighbors voluntarily, by the way, voluntarily joined a defensive pact in order to avoid Russian invasion.
Mhm.
I think this post is extremely r-slurred.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, it is the Tard Wrangler, so I,
There we go.
Steve H sending in Big Ten just because. Hello to you, Steve, and
Based.
thank you. And getting his new membership. Welcome to the Mater Nation, my friend. Fuck It Button says, "Hey Counter, longtime fan. Just kidding. Anyways, how does Destiny?" All right. Sorry, I should have read that before I put that.
No, it's
That's
fine.
kind of funny.
I wouldn't know. I'm not homosexual. Talk to me about it,
Uh,
F-Kit button. Tell me about it.
F kit. Tom Carpenter says when you can't defeat your opponent's ideas, you have to invent their words. It's easy to win a debate against something no one actually said.
If that's in reference to me, I don't agree. Everything that I've talked about in reference to Burkean conservatism, neoconservatism, fiscal conservatism, social conservatism, environmental conservatism, constitutional conservatism, you would have to give me a specific that I got wrong. If you can't give me a specific, I think you're fucking coping.
Fair enough. Thank you, Tom, for the super chat. And Evan, who is hanging out backstage, who's normally quiet on panel, but speaks with money. I like it. Russia should have been let in the European Union and NATO. The Russian United States super alliance is inevitable.
It would be based, but they would just have to stop being an oligarchic kleptocracy. You know, they would have to stop trying to invade their neighbors. That I would be. I would love it if like Russia, Europe, and the Americas became like an L-shaped cultural military bloc. I think that would be fucking amazing. But
Mhm.
Russia would have to stop being dicks.
I mean, is there a way to treaty that in? you know?
They just don't. You could treaty that in, but Russia, like even Putin has said, they do not want to be subservient to the United States. They want to be viewed as a rival power. They do
Mhm.
not want to be the way that we kind of treat
Pernicious.
other countries. We treat them like vassal states. We treat them like colonies.
Mhm.
Russia does not want to be a cultural, economic colony of the United States. It wants to be its own thing.
Okay. Like they want to still maintain equal playing field, like just in case they want to come fuck shit up. Right.
Yeah,
That makes sense. That makes sense. But aren't they still subjected to a lot of different stuff anyways? Like, I mean, we have different things out there that you can and can't do as a country, right? Are they still subjected to a lot of those rules that everyone else plays by?
they are, but they're a part of like the UN Security Council, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's like 5 of the most militarily powerful states on the planet, and they have like
Mhm.
veto power over UN sanctions and UN this and UN that.
Mhm.
And so as a result, I think they have military, or I think they have veto power at the UN, and then I think the UN is largely toothless as well. Like
Mhm.
they will enforce, embargoes and trade disputes and this, that, the other. But I don't think I've ever heard of like a competent UN peacekeeping mission ever. So, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm guessing that's radical with a big five says conservatism originated in response to the Enlightenment's rapid dismantling of the royal class. Connor is less conservative than MAGA.
Yeah, then I just don't think you've read Burke, so it's fine. The conservatism as a political philosophy comes from Edmund Burke, and conservatism originated in response to the Enlightenment's rapid dismantling of the royal class. I think that's descriptively true. That a lot of the Enlightenment ideals were what fueled like the revolutions in the United States and in France. However, Connor is less conservative than MAGA. I think that Burke, the father of conservatism, would identify this idea as like you are a rigid traditionalist who supports brittle institutions that will eventually collapse under their own weight.
Hmm.
You
They
also
did.
have to be against the American project.
Radical did respond in chat saying, I guess you said, did you read Berg? And they said, I have. He was a monarchist. I don't know
Yeah,
if
he
that.
was a monarchist, but he was also an advocate for incremental social change over time in reference to, conservatism is progressivism or liberalism doing the speed limit. I
Mhm.
mean, it's a little bit of an exaggerated statement, but that's still a Burkean idea.
Okay. And Kazak says, counter, sorry, didn't see the whole stream. Opinion on boat strikes in international waters on the drug trade down south.
So for me, the now we're getting really complicated. So as somebody who believes in like neoconservative ideas, I would actually be perfectly happy with a program to fight narco terrorists in Central and South America. However, I think that should be done with indigenous forces and American special forces training indigenous forces. I think that if you're going to be drone striking boats in the Caribbean, you need to be publishing the information that shows that these people are narco terrorists. Because just as an example, like 11 people got smoked. That was like the first boat that got blown up. Train
Hmm.
de Aragua, one of their main sources of income is human trafficking. So they move people through Central and South America up to the United States. So I think the Trump administration is incompetent enough to kill like 3 narco terrorists or 3 narcos, but also kill like 8 people who are being human trafficked, and they would just like call it a W and call it a day. And obviously I think that shit would be evil.
I'm I'm wondering if yes, the death of anybody is always bad, especially if you're caught in the crosshairs, right? Or crossfire. Um, but you may kill eight innocent people in that one moment, but inevitably you may have stopped thousands of others from being trafficked and inevitably saved thousands of more lives, right? Like it's just the same as going to war, right? There's always going to be casualties and innocent bystanders.
Yeah, my issue though is we kind of treat like fentanyl and drugs coming into the United States as like terrorist weapons that are being used to massacre American citizens. But that's not really what's going on. What's going on is Americans are voluntarily consuming hard drugs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening. And so killing people for that, yeah, should we kill some of them? Yeah. Should we use like special forces and indigenous security forces to raid cartels and incarcerate and kill cartels? Absolutely. But like killing random innocent people, I think is cope and too far.
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody wants that to happen at all. But if you view like the war on drugs as a war, because if fentanyl is being pushed in and, thousands and thousands of people die because of it, or there's more trafficking because of it, or there's, bigger issues that stem from it, and inevitably more and more and more people die because of that one drug being brought in, even though people are voluntarily buying it, it still doesn't mean that we kind of turn a blind eye to like, oh, we have stupid people here, right? Um, when we still are responsible for protecting ourselves, like protecting our country, even if our people are too dumb to protect themselves on their own, right? By not doing drugs, we still have a duty to protect them from themselves in that aspect. So I don't know. You could probably teeter totter either way between it, but I could,
Well, and I would say American warfighters love war fighting to a degree. The
mm-hmm,
infantry enjoys the work that they do to a degree. And
mm-hmm,
so I think that if you were like a 18 to 24-year-old male, then kicking in doors and kicking ass and shooting cartel people and all that kind of stuff, that's probably what they signed up for.
mm-hmm.
So I would just try to unleash American special forces to do what they want to do in South and Central America. And I think that, of course, like civilians are going to get killed in that, but I think
Mm-hmm.
that's more intentional and smart and moral than maybe just blowing up random civilian vessels in the Caribbean.
Fair enough. I mean, they know more than we do on that intel, so I'll play the I'm stupid game. Thumping Weevil says, sorry, Sarah. Baby kicked my butt today. Got to get some sleep. Totally understand every bit of that sentiment. Go to bed, Thumping Weevil. Have a wonderful evening. All right, let's get our panel up here and see. We've got 5 backstage. We'll see if we can have some fun tonight. Here we go. All right, I have one more backstage, but something's going on. It looks like his Wi-Fi is tapping out. So, Kai, when you get back in, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna kick your other thing for now because it looks like it's not connecting. Maybe that'll help you get back in gear. Everyone has been here once before. You all know my rules. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. It sounds like so far it'll be kind of an easy night. I don't foresee any boots coming along right now, but you can, as a fine viewer, you can boot anyone on the panel off, and except for Connor, of course, you can't boot him. He's the feature of the evening. But we can have some fun. I'm sure it'll fill back up later. And let me do one more super chat that came in. My church, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, has included gay couples and trans pastors since 2009 and supported marriage equality in 2013. Churches took stand before U.S. government on, I'm guessing, slavery. Any thoughts there? Why did my stuff change?
Was it the Methodists that split their church in half over this?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is a battle over, the teachings of Jesus. Of course, there's always been a left wing and a right wing Christianity, which is why I always scoff when I hear people talking about the true Christians and stuff like that.
There's a There's a history and a legitimacy to an institution. Just because you go and you have a big army, you take over a country, doesn't mean you're the rightful ruler of that country. It just means that you're the most powerful occupying force. And the same is true for religion. You can see where it started and how it developed. And if you spontaneously exist, like, I don't know, like several thousand years after its establishment, then there's not much legitimacy to be found.
I would argue there is no form of Christianity that is in any way representative of what it started as.
Well, I guess just to jump in, what's the beef? Who's got beef? Who objects to what I've said? Because there's at least half a dozen people in chat who are like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a dipshit."
Well, I have
Gay rights are going to go.
I'm only
away
here 'cause
once
Sarah
you
told
get
me to be.
struck down by the Supreme
I
Court.
just have some questions.
You're just going to
Well,
co-conceive
okay.
when that
Go ahead,
happens.
I
Evan.
had questions too.
Evan, you want to kick us off? You were so
All right.
patiently waiting first.
I think gay marriage is going to go away. People in my generation see it for the abomination as it is, especially with the degeneracy that has been left on display. Stuff like the Modern Family and shit like that has been trying to say, oh, gay people are just like straight people, only they love the other sex. And it's like, nope, they are not monogamous. They do not maintain the same relationships. It's more casual. It's more destructive. There's more STDs going on. If people even figured out some of the stuff they do to each other, most people would vomit over how disgusting that is. There's been studies on the pure biological factor and the sheer repulsion of it. And like, if you call a black person, hey, you seem a little gay, and you say that in a completely normal way, they would be vigorously offended. And in certain communities, they would like lynch you for it or beat you to death or whatever. And it's like, as soon as the Supreme Court shuts it down and it goes back to the states, then it's going to go and find itself back being illegal in public, which it should be, because stuff, gay pride parades showing genitals to children and saying that is normal or even just civilized society is absolutely repulsive. And I'd say that's how
that was all
MAGA
over the
is
fucking place.
conservative.
I was
Fair
going to
enough.
say, just responding directly. So I think that gay marriage at the Constitution, or excuse me, at the Supreme Court level actually does suffer from the same flaw that Roe versus Wade does, which it was effectively legislated from the bench. If gay activists or congressmen or senators actually wanted gay marriage to be enshrined in law, I think it would be less vulnerable. However, I do think what's going to happen is, let's say that it got repealed for the same reasons that Roe versus Wade did. I think number one, you're going to have like full-blown gay marriage, similar to, like I was saying, infanticide. You're going to have full-blown gay marriage legalized in all the blue states and probably even a majority of the moderate states. And then there will be some Republican states that are going to recognize civil unions.
It will not be allowed legally in public, and in states where there's a substantial blue population, the minority populations will vote against it in droves. It doesn't matter if they're Mexican, it doesn't matter if they're black, it doesn't matter if they're Asian.
What state do you live in?
Michigan.
And you think Michigan? Well, do you think Michigan would ban gay marriage?
It was against the state constitution,
Absolutely.
and Detroit goes against it. Like, if you look at over at Dearborn, I think that you'll find that won't happen. If you look at Western Michigan, we have very conservative Protestants from the Dutch tradition and from a variety of things. And there's, of course, Northern Michigan, which is sparsely populated, which is very culturally conservative, where they see it as disgusting and not, they would see it as like a breach of public decency, the same way of someone walking around naked. So they would like.
It's a ridiculous amount of vitriol that you have for this, Evan. It really is ridiculous.
I am sick and tired of it. I am personally disgusted.
No, it sounds like you're sick and tired of gay people. That's what your diatribe makes it sound like. You're just sick and
I
tired.
agree.
Of
I'll be right back.
Go
I
ahead.
agree, 100%. And I can
You
weigh in
understand that Christianity
as-
didn't invent marriage, right?
It did not.
Um,
It just
okay.
gave order
isn't
to
good, though.
marriages, and
Well, I can,
it's good for building society in that sense.
I can just weigh in as a Black American, 7 generations in this country, descendant from American slavery, that our marriages at one point weren't even recognized as real marriages.
Yeah, loving v.
Um,
Virginia kept people from interracially marrying too.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And you want to know what the crazy thing is? I am in my second marriage now. My first marriage, I was actually married to a white woman. My first daughter is 13 years old, is with a white woman. I wouldn't have been able to marry my daughter's mother if it were not for that case that went through the Supreme Court. So I think a lot of the rhetoric around race relations is very skewed because it's coming from a perspective of people that have not had to deal with the actual realities of race relations in the country. And listen, I agree that there's a lot of really dumb racial shit. I wanted, honestly, to get on this panel to agree with Connor because I love Connor's view of conservatism. And if Trump was barred from the 2024 election, I would have voted for Ron DeSantis for the first time and been a conservative voter, and probably would have been a conservative voter for the rest of my life. But of course, we decided to go into Crazy Town and elect a demented old rapey man after complaining about a demented old rapey man for 4 years. You know, I'm sorry, Sarah. I know I found you through Connor, and I know you hate the R word. A grapey man. I'm sorry. I'll do my best.
Thanks for clearing that up.
I see your face every single time when Connor says it. Because yes, because Trump is a rapist or suspected rapist, and Joe Biden is also a suspected rapist, right? And my family, I can say it because I don't live there. My family really doesn't live there anymore, but my family is from Delaware, so I'm very familiar with the Bidens and the Biden family, and a lot of my family has supported him even through like the 90s crime bill that he pushed through. So I have a long history of knowing the Biden family.
Connor, I have a quick question for you.
Go for it.
Conservatism is hard to define just because of the Overton window shifting throughout the decades. If you had to pick a time frame that you would be most related to, let's just say politically, what would that be?
Weirdly enough, Nixon and Teddy. I know Teddy is called a progressive Republican, but I think that Teddy Roosevelt actually had a lot of really, 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 really cool ideas that are associated with, could not historically be associated with neoconservative, but they could argue to be neoconservative. And then also environmental conservatism, which we didn't really get to tonight. But I'm a huge fan of Teddy.
That actually makes a lot of sense in a way why you would hate Trump so much, because looking through history, it seems Trump's more of like an 1880 to like 1900 conservative, where it's tariffs, isolationism. Like I can
like early 20th century,
yeah, I can really see that.
Like some of the shittiest ones, yeah.
Well,
is there anyone on the panel who actually thinks that MAGAs are in line with traditional conservatism or even neoconservative or any type of conservatism?
Absolutely not.
I want to know.
That's why I'm trying to get to this point. That's why I'm trying to see where everybody's at, because depending on how you define conservatism, like if you're talking Teddy Roosevelt and you're talking, Harding, there's two. You might as well be apples and oranges. They're both conservative, both on the Republican side of things.
I would say Trump is a paleo-conservative by the looks.
Is it a paleo conservative?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's a moderate.
I would say he's more Harding, but that's just me.
Well, you
he's
could,
a moderate.
but for paleo, I just want to address that real quick. So Buchanan was arguably like one of the biggest articulators of paleo conservatism, and he did advocate for like hyper social conservatism, to some degree international isolationism, economic protectionism, and his book, which was too dry for me to finish, but the book was called A Republic, Not an Empire. And from what I was reading, he effectively accused the establishment, the government establishment, of, without the consent of the American people, reforming the demographics through the Hart-Celler Act, but also seizing upon the, what would you call it? the international world police role for America without consent of the American people. And similar to a lot of MAGA people, he really does he views the international police role of America as doing more harm than good.
Yeah, and like,
So,
I mean, I'll just bring this up. The only reason why I bring up that time frame is because a lot of the stuff that's going on right now, while we're having this kind of debate, is the same thing. Like, if you ever watch the movie Gangs in New York, like if you agree with Tom the Butcher, then you're probably going to be Trump. If you disagree, you're probably not going to be Trump. And it's just the parallels with that movie, with what's going on right now, probably can sum up, because a lot of probably what we agree with, we're probably agreeing with about 80% of what everybody's going with. I'm just ballpark. We're only disagreeing on, the hard factions on a couple things. Like I'm pretty sure you guys all agree family's important. You all agree that we need to have a national identity at some point. What do we agree on as a country? How do we educate? So and I think not agreeing, going in the weeds on the 20% is kind of really skewing things up for everybody. And I think for the future, in a sense, maybe not, I'm not saying Vance or anything. I'm just saying the future, if we can find a way to have a person that represents the 80%, not the 20 that we all hate, we might have a chance.
But Bandit, I have to ask you, what does it mean to be an American? Right? Because I think that is the big thing that's in debate right now, with a lot of these executive orders to overturn the birthright citizenship. I was thinking about it earlier today. I saw something, I didn't know if it was real or not, but I saw that Steve Jobs is going to be commemorated on a $1 coin or something like that. I didn't know if it was real or not, but I saw it and I thought about it.
The timeline's stupid enough for it to be possible.
I mean,
right?
we've had
no.
Morgan and the $10,000 bill, so I mean, it's not unprecedented.
I think Steve Jobs is probably the most innovative American of the last 20 years or so. So I would give that to him if something like that were to happen. But besides that point,
what's your question?
I'm thinking.
Let me do a quick sound check for Atima because she's having mic issues. Atima, are you with us?
can y'all hear me? Because I've been trying to ask questions and I don't know if my headphones are crapping out or not.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
we'll let
we can hear
Kai
you now.
finish his thought, and then we'll hand it over to you, Atima.
Can I get a sound check too? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we got
Yes.
you.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, we can hear you. But I just wanted to say, most people don't know, and I'm a big Steve Jobs fan and a big nerd. His father was actually an Iranian immigrant to the Americans, to the United States, and in 2025, there's a very real possibility that a future Steve Jobs father can't come into this country. And when people like Pete Hegseth say that diversity isn't our strength, I think about things like that. I think about the Nazi scientists that we recruited from Operation Paperclip. Yahtzee scientists that we recruited for Operation Paperclip. Because if we didn't, they were all going to go to Russia. Right? So we needed to do things like that. And that
Because we
technically
didn't have amazing scientists here.
We
right?
do.
We didn't have any amazing scientists here. There wasn't
No, we
more
did.
Americans working on the Manhattan Project than there were Germans, right? No.
But
that
the
wasn't
issue
it
is-
wasn't like the entire
Oh, I love
carrier
it.
system for okay, anyway.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a nativist vehement that's
Go
been
ahead,
going around
because the biggest issue with that is, yes, we did have very good scientists in the United States. The issue is the difference between the United States and Nazi Germany, or Yahtzee Germany. I'm sorry, is that the Yahtzees were willing to go outside of the limits that we have set around science in the United States, and whether or not that is
Not at the time.
Well, Kadi, do you want me to answer your question?
Not at the
Well,
time.
I think hold
They
on.
definitely were. They
Hold
definitely
on,
were.
hold on,
The
hold on,
majority
hold
of
on,
what we
hold
know
on,
from
hold on a
twins
second.
are from Yahtzee twin studies.
I think Connor was trying to tap into that. You started to say something, and then you stopped.
All I was going to say is I take a more extreme view than I know a lot of other people do when it comes to like Americanism. I'm of Irish descent, so people talk shit about my ancestry. They said we're a bunch of like mud dwelling savages, you know, who were alcoholics, who had like a dozen kids, and we're gonna be more loyal to the Pope than we are to the United States of America. You know, all that kind of stuff. And as far as I know, I'm as American as anybody else. And so for me, there's a great quote. I won't use the slur from it, but from the movie Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket. Basically, there's a general and he's chewing the butt of a young combat camera guy, and he says, son, inside every single Vietnamese person is an American trying to crawl out, but he doesn't use the word Vietnamese person. And I think that lines up with my military experience. That lines up with my law enforcement experience. That lines up with my high school experience. That lines up with my college experience. So I've met super American people whose parents were not born here, or even they weren't born here, but they're fucking dyed-in-the-wool Americans.
Yes, so, and the Haitians
Pat,
that have
question, since you asked
destroyed their nation. I'm sure that when they go to America, they will go imperfectly become as American as you and me.
I am for forced integration. So effectively, like, those Haitians can't be doing that fucking Haitian voodoo shit. They can't be eating the pets. They can't be, fucking up the public schools. They can't be stabbing each other. They can't be shooting each other. They have to go to school. They have to get a job. They have to pay their bills. They have to pay their taxes. They have to take care of their families. They have to take care of their communities. And if they do that, I don't give a fuck that they're Haitian.
That's fair. I wanted to hand it back over to Atima, and then we'll go to Bandit.
Okay, so I just have a question. Why are you using Burke as the only reference for conservatism when Burke's conservatism was focused on monarchism, and monarchism is antithetical to everything that is the human experiment, or the American experiment. I'm just trying to figure out where your logic sits in that, because I don't quite understand. I feel like you're trying to take an elliptical shaped, a football shaped pig and shove it into a super round hole. They're only kind of similar. I don't see.
Atima, I think you cut out.
Did I?
Yeah, you're back.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I'm having a weird day with the internet. I may have to.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to figure out. So the American experiment is anti-monarchical. I can talk, I swear. It's anti-monarchy, right? It's supposed to be the antithesis of that. That's why we have the representative republic that we do. Well, whatever. Yeah, I know Obama was such a great president. So
yeah, he was pretty great.
More EOs than any other involved, and he killed more Americans without jurisprudence.
More EOs than who?
Really
amazing.
Yeah,
but,
what are you talking about? More executive orders than who?
Seriously,
yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump has signed more executive orders in 9 months,
no, he hasn't.
And Obama has signed in 8 years.
No, he hasn't.
Yes.
No, he didn't.
We'll pull the facts.
No,
yes.
No,
Look at the
I want to answer the question that was directed towards me. So why am I taking Burke and I'm trying to shoehorn all of conservatism into the framework of Burke? I don't think I did.
I'm trying to figure out
maybe Sarah.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out how you're using. Okay.
Go ahead.
You go.
I'm just trying to figure out how American politics works with a European model when there's no monarchy and there never has been a monarchy in the American government. I want to understand how we're making those two work
together. I'll get into that detail, but I would just say that I haven't talked exclusively about Burke. I've also talked about neoconservatism. I've also talked about fiscal conservatism. I've also talked about social conservatism. I've also talked about environmental conservatism. I've also talked about constitutional conservatism. Now, maybe we didn't get through it particularly fast because I talked about Burke for a while. But the reason why I talk about Burke so much is because Burke recognized I think a formula for politics that applies to most societies and applies to the human condition. So if you look at conservatives temperamentally, oftentimes they have like almost a temperamental preference for stability and order and institution and authority and all that kind of stuff. And if you look at liberals, there are oftentimes people who don't like rules and don't like to be told what to do. And they kind of like the creative chaos of life and all that kind of stuff. I'm not God, so I can't tell people which way to live their life. But I think that productive and healthy societies are societies that not only have room for both, but they allow both kinds of people to contribute to society positively. And so the Burkean conservative model of starting with the status quo, but then allowing progressives and liberals to needle the status quo and then integrate necessary change. I think that's a perfect model for a healthy, happy, functioning society. I think the problem with the current model is that liberals and progressives don't think they need conservatives in order to temper their worst impulses. And conservatives believe that they don't need liberals or progressives at all, and that there's no valid criticism of the current social structure. And I think they're both wrong.
And let me interrupt. Kai, you got 10 minutes in the back. Abe's not backstage, but there's plenty of room up here for Abe. We have 10 seats. There's only 8. But Kai, I'll set a timer. You got 10 in the back.
I got a question for Mr. Counter. Is it okay?
Sure, go ahead.
What's your view on the government shutdown with the healthcare situation?
I think that if you're being good faith, the Republicans should negotiate for healthcare with in order to like reopen the government. However, I think the Democrats are also paying like a horrible price, where not only do I see on social media and in news that the Democrats are taking a substantive amount of blame for the shutdown, but also like the way that it's hurting Americans, where like military pay is being frozen, where what's the other stuff? Basically, like the feds are using this as an excuse to fire federal workers that they think are not aligned with their mission. I think they're playing a dangerous game of chicken, and they
were going to do anyway.
It's all federal employees, and when it comes to essential workers, it's the essentials. Well, obviously Congress, all them, they're going to get paid, and then you got the federal law enforcement. That's FBI, ICE, all them, and us. We're kind of put on the back burner until we're essential employees, but we're not getting paid.
Good
what's
question.
your opinion on that?
I think that the longer this shutdown goes, the more people are not going to need the government. There's government employees represent a certain part of the population. Then you have it's been shut down for a month. Then it's 2 months. There's going to be a point where you're going, we can survive without the government. And isn't that what...
The longest shutdown ever is 34 days, which happened during the first Trump administration. And if this gets that long, it will end the exact same way, because at some point, air traffic controllers say, I don't like not getting paid. I'm going to go find another job. And then our airports shut down.
So what's the answer to that? Everything's going to be privatized?
No, the answer is just let it hurt until we actually get the government back open. The question is who's going to win. So because the Democrats, I know the meme on the internet is, they just want to pay for healthcare for illegal immigrants, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the healthcare for illegal immigrants, I think it's reimbursements to emergency rooms for illegal immigrants using healthcare services. So that's and they have
it doesn't even have anything to do with it. They're just bringing that up as a kind of side thing. The main thing about this is the Obamacare subsidies and the Medicaid cuts, right. And just recently, nursing homes have started kicking out old people because they are preparing for Medicaid to go away. So people are starting to feel the real effects of that big bill. And that's shit's going to start pushing on people really hard. And I think that's what's going to end up making Democrats look good, because they actually are fighting for people to keep their fucking health care.
Evan Lord came in with a quick fun fact, and I thought this was quite hilarious, actually, is Haitians and orangutans have nearly equal average IQs.
Well,
is that for real?
Malnutrition and being a global pariah for years.
Sounds racist as fuck, is what it sounds like.
Not racist. If a population was isolated and inbred and didn't have enough food and had a horrible culture, then it would make sense that they would go and be super, super low. Like when the British saw the Aboriginals in Australia nearly starving because the land there is not really that good, and they couldn't sustain a large population. They had similar issues where they regressed to a point where they forgot how to use the bow and arrow, and they had to use other technologies. And so
hold on, quick meme. I was saying that Admiral Gibbs, another content creator, I told Sarah before the show started, she was like, is there anybody that you're beefing with? And I was like, Admiral Gibbs, because when I talk to him, it's like talking to a member of a different species. It's like talking to a fucking orangutan. And then I just Googled it, and orangutans have a 75 IQ. So actually, that fucking makes a shitload of sense.
Listen,
That's actually comical. Sorry, that was a little fun fact to jump in, but you guys can kick back to where you were. My apologies.
But
yeah,
in,
so,
like,
so hold on. I kind of want to get to the heart of what Zach is asking, though, because Zach is like asking me like, what do I think about like current political developments in reference to the shutdown? But I'm just kind of curious, like, what does that have to do with conservatism? Because like conservatism, you could argue conservatism that a government shutdown would be necessary in order to achieve X policy. And if you're a progressive or liberal, you could argue that a shutdown is necessary to achieve X or Y policy. So that doesn't really, speak to the heart of the matter that we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, no. So to answer,
Although
your
we've been through
question,
how many of these before this, and it's almost always been the conservatives who are trying to strong arm people with it.
The problem is it's a continued resolution instead of a bill. They're just kicking the can further down the road. We haven't had a budget, an actual budget since Clinton. I mean, we've been kicking the can for 20-something years at this point.
Yeah, because if you had a budget, you might actually have to negotiate with people and compromise on things to get votes,
Daily Breakfast says no official Republican policy explicitly aims to get rid of Medicare. Trump pledged to protect it. More whataboutism.
We're talking about Medicaid. 10 million people were kicked off of Medicaid within the past 6 months.
When you say people, could you go and break that down a bit more?
Well, I don't
Are they
know.
American citizens?
Well, I mean, I can take a look at it. The argument was
because non-citizens can't be on federal programs, Evan.
You'll be
Yes, they can,
surprised.
and they are frequently.
So
states have their own programs.
Especially with the argument with Medicaid, I don't think the argument was about citizenship. I think it was about whether or not they were under a certain age and whether or not they had disability. I think it was about like being able-bodied but still being on government benefits.
Yeah, that was part of the audit. It was just part of the audit. There were a whole lot of people.
It's crazy that you guys would fuck over so many Americans and their health care just to hit maybe, like, I don't even think you're correct, but just to hit some illegal immigrants who you guys think are doing something.
It's not just some illegal immigrants, though. That's not what we're saying. It's not just some illegal immigrants. The revamp and the rehaul of the 10 million people losing wasn't just illegals, though. Effigy, it was like people that were.
I argue it's almost no illegal people,
or people that were refusing to work and were just expecting to be able to rake in Medicaid while they were able-bodied and capable of working. They only have to work like 20 hours a month or something like that. It's not even a large amount of work.
Okay. I mean, listen, this is where the argument is not going to be like the stereotypical liberal argument from me. I'm going to say that, like, I think the average human being, especially America, we should be promoting people in order to be like healthy, happy, economically and socially productive. And so if there's like a perverse incentive system, I actually asked this because I Googled it the other day. How many people on government benefits are working full time? And it said 70% of the people who were on government benefits were working full time. But then what it said is that they were only working full time part of the year. And so my concern is that, like, if you work for 3 months, but then you claim 9 months of like unemployment or TANF or SNAP or disability or whatever, then you're kind of milking the fucking system in order to be an asshole. I'm not going to defend that. I think
that's common too.
You should probably spend 40 to like 35 to 60 hours a week doing something that's socially or economically productive for the world in order to earn your keep. And so I'm not going to defend that.
And I think that's a lot of the people that were. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to address, because he asked me a question earlier because of a question I asked him, and I'm not a debater by any means. I'm a commentator. I listen to you guys debate and I make comments. But the question why I asked about the shutdown and your opinion on it is because I'm pretty conservative. I'm actually pretty far conservative, and I support, the Speaker of the House. And when it comes to the conservative issues with the shutdown is they don't want to negotiate, and that's why I was just curious as far as why.
Which side doesn't want to negotiate? Because the Democrats are betting that they will eventually cause so much pain that the Republicans will be forced to negotiate. So are you saying the Republicans don't want to negotiate, or the Democrats don't want to negotiate?
Well, I think the Republicans, the Speaker of the House, Mike, I can't remember his name, But Johnson, yeah, he literally said that they're set in their ways and they don't want to negotiate. And that's what I'm like, man.
Yeah, you have a shitload of people in Congress who can't seem to understand the entire purpose of Congress.
Well, that's where Congress is the lowest Congress in U.S. history.
And that's where me being pretty right as I am, I'm like, he doesn't want to negotiate. And then you got Schumer saying that it's the healthcare issue, and it starts making me think twice.
Well, I think somebody said this in chat, and it's something that I do genuinely get frustrated on. Regardless, I think that a lot of conservatives and a lot of liberals probably don't like child abuse, right? They probably just think child abuse in general is bad, that maybe sex trafficking teenagers is bad, and regardless of who does it, they should be held accountable for their crimes. And yet, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, we had Dan Bongino and Kash Patel both say that they're going to hold the parties responsible, and they're going to release the unredacted Epstein files, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. And then weirdly enough, Pam Bondi did Epstein Phase 1, which was the same files we had already received. And yet there's very little pressure on the Trump admin to basically release the information related to the Epstein files. Personally, the one thing that I would love to get is allegedly there's 40 sworn written affidavits from victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I would love to see what those women had to say, and yet I can't, because
you can read Katie Johnson's.
So counter.
Well, Katie Johnson did a video interview in which she said that some pretty seriously evil shit went down.
So counter,
and that's one person.
You think that the reason?
I would love to hear what the other 40 have to say.
I want to give Premonition. You are new to the panel. Welcome. I'd be curious, actually, how you found us. That would be my first question to you.
Oh, I've been following you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been following you for quite a while.
Oh,
and this is the first time I've ever been able to find my way onto the
StreamYard
chat with you guys. Speaking of Epstein, I think that the reason that they will not ever, it needs to just go away. They will never release Epstein because they have now made sure that everybody is in the file. Just like the Clinton files, they never released the Clinton files because she made sure everybody was in the files, whether they did anything wrong or not. So the Epstein files, everybody's name is going to be in there now, whether they did anything or not. It's good.
Well, probably not Thomas Massey, I would bet, or else he wouldn't be pushing it as hard as he is.
Yeah.
I don't think Rand Paul is in it because he wouldn't push it as hard as he is.
Yeah,
I don't think Adam Kinzinger is in it because he wouldn't be pushing it as hard as he is. But what I agree with you on is that if you ask why the Democrats weren't pushing hard for this, I think it's probably because of Bill Clinton and Bill Gates. Because Bill Gates is one of the world's largest philanthropists. He's contributed, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to tons of campaigns. He's involved in the energy sector. He's involved in agriculture. So marring his name, even though Melinda Gates arguably already marred his name by mentioning that part of the motivation for their divorce was that she was uncomfortable with him becoming friends with Epstein. I think that's alarm bells right there. And then there's people who said that Bill Clinton was seen. Now, they didn't say anything specific, but they said that he was hanging out on the island in the company of young women. So they probably don't want, the Democrats probably don't want it coming out either.
As probably the only Democrat on panel, can I just say, fuck them all. Let's burn this shit down.
Well, and I think a lot of people say that because the Clintons are no longer that useful to the Democratic Party. So we're protecting them. We're protecting them as a country, even though the Clintons are not that useful to the Democratic Party anymore.
I don't know. Stabilizing the elites and the oligarchs isn't necessarily the best thing because that can cause some serious issues in terms of people's jobs. And if it causes riots and societal upheaval, that can cause some North Korea could go and pull something, China could pull something, like the moral standard that we kind of used to to be the benevolent empire of the world would kind of go away. And as much as I hate the benevolent empire, and I'd rather us to be full mask off and just take the full benefits of being an empire, I don't think that like going and suddenly making a change and destabilizing our society when the blackmail can be useful in the American government, and going and releasing the names just releases all that power and just gets thrown in everyone's face. I don't think it is practically good.
Evan, we've lost the American empire. China is taking our place in multiple spaces around the world because of the cancellation of USAID. They're filling those gaps.
I'm not that black yet.
I am
I'm not
that serious. No,
I would argue it started
serious.
with the dissolution of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which led to BRICS because of Trump. But
correct, they are filling gaps where we are leaving them open because we are the world leader, and by being the world leader, it means you need to take care of the lowest populations, or I guess the lowest earning populations, I should say, in the world. That's just a part of being the boss, right? So when I was watching Steven Crowder, his thing he just did, he went to the black barber shop telling them about how he's 12 times more likely to be killed by black people while being surrounded by black men. And he's talking about how it's not true at all. I would love for you to post.
Why is that not true at all? I watched that same thing.
I would love for you to post.
You're gonna trigger Evan. You're gonna trigger Evan.
I don't care. I think
I
Evan
love
is
how
a
Evan
little
used
baby
to be.
fascist.
Okay, let me just put it this way. Evan used to be
Yeah.
our sweet little like panel squatter. He'd just sit here so
Yeah.
quietly. He wouldn't, and then I kept telling him like, Evan, find your
Yeah.
voice. And now it's like, oh
He's
no.
found it. He's found it.
Like,
and
I'm
listen,
a Christian
we live in
nationalist.
America.
Asians are criminals.
Yeah.
You
We live
stepped
in
right
America,
into that
so you know
spotlight.
what, Evan?
I'm not quite
I
a Christian
respect your
nationalist.
right to speak your voice, but I'm gonna call you a fascist, and it's okay. That's just what you are. But I mean,
not a fascist
I don't know.
by any
Monarchy
means.
is better
What was
than
wrong
like
with
a
that panel
dictatorship.
by Crowder?
I think that monarchy and dictatorship are almost the same thing, just using different words.
No, a monarchy is the nation is the personal property of the monarch. In a dictator, they are either are appointed by the party. I wouldn't say Canada is a dictatorship quite yet.
No, they don't. But they have a king.
Right. So the only issue
that's Evan's point.
is how they're put into place, right? So we look back to the Mehdi Hassan Jubilee thing, where the guy says, "Oh, we would democratically elect our fascist leader, and then after that, we're shutting off all elections." So it doesn't matter how they're put into place. When they are the sole person making the rules for the country, they're a dictator, whether you're a king or monarchy, whatever you want to
Yeah,
call
that had
it.
nothing to do with Crowder's stream at all. Nothing.
Yeah, and then
But even with that, that's still not quite.
I didn't want to.
One at a time. One at a time.
I don't want to completely derail to Crowder stream, but Crowder is just talking about how, like I said, black men are 12 times more likely to kill white men, and that statistic is nowhere to be found. In fact, that statistic comes from you're 12 times more likely to be robbed as a white man by a black person, which I 100% agree with. That's a fact.
So is being robbed
Like-
a violent crime?
Being robbed isn't murdered. Like, yes, being robbed is a violent crime, but it's not being murdered, right? So when you say that black men are 12 times more likely to murder you, when
No, they say commit a violent crime.
No. He said 12 times more likely to murder you, and he said it multiple times across two videos that were about an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes long. Have no problem sending them both to you so you can see it for yourselves. But that's what he said.
I watched both.
Right?
Did you look at the links he provided?
And when you say that black men are more likely to commit violent crime, you won't get an argument out of me because that's a fact. When you say black men are 12 times more likely to murder you, you are juicing the violent crime statistic to create a narrative. And I'm not going to let that stand.
If you look at interracial violence, if you combine like all the different groups,
look at it.
It is primarily done per capita by Black people, and it is. And
yes.
and the funniest thing is, if you look at Asian crime, when it's like if you look at violence against Asians, it's not Asians attacking other Asians. Asians are being attacked by Black people more.
Yeah,
so if you look at in terms of violence over the entire country, like even with murders and stuff of that nature.
Agree. Now let me ask you. Let me hold on. Let me ask you a question about your per capita stats. How are those measured? Are they measured by convictions or arrest?
Which set?
Whichever one he's citing right now.
The one that I've seen cited most often is the FBI Uniform Crime Report.
And I would say
that's measured by arrest. Yeah.
By arrest?
Yeah, that's measured by arrest.
So, but I think they would also have follow-up details though on incarceration.
Yeah,
but
the
point.
Yeah.
Or
I agree, but I have a
we can kick it down the race.
But I have a follow-up because again, I agree that black crime is a problem. So I'm not sweeping for Black criminality at all. But I do have a follow-up because I love when people cite these per capita stats because they never really understand the actual numbers. So I'm going to follow up with how many of those arrests turn into actual convictions.
Hey,
and of
Kai,
course, you can cite the
fatigue?
activist judges or whatever. Black fatigue was originally for Black people like myself that work in corporate America who are tired of being connected to Black criminality.
Fatigue.
I am going to finish if you would just give me a second. I would hope that you could just be patient. That is what Black fatigue was originally intended and cited on the internet. That's where it came from. Black fatigue now is a bunch of young white men who live in their mother's basements who watch Twitter videos of Black people fighting from 2013 and just get like extremely radicalized by them when you're literally being pilfered by your president. White men are shooting your conservative leaders and influencers. It's just, I'll land it right there. I mean, we can talk about Black fatigue later if you want to, but I mean, I think it's just a completely terminally online thing.
Can I interject really quickly? I won't be here very long. I do need to say something that Crowder did say that nobody caught. The point that Crowder made was that the young people who have no memory, I'm in my 60s. I was around before everything got ruined. Crowder said that the young people have no concept or memory of anything that the Blacks went through. And all that they're seeing is, we want reparations. We want this from you. Your ancestors did this to us. When I was young, there was no issue. I'm serious. When I was a kid, I'm 64. When I was a kid, there was no issue. There was no issue. So he's right. They're creating this group of young people coming up who tend to be conservative, are not understanding why the Blacks are demanding things from them because they haven't done anything to anybody. And he said that you're going to create a whole population of racists if everybody doesn't cool it down and stop demanding things that these young people don't owe them. These young people are really struggling. And it's gone crazy. The whole thing has gone insane. So that's my point.
Yeah. Well, Premonition, I kind of want to address you directly. My parents are boomers. They were born in 55. And my dad was around in Boston when they integrated the bus system. And there were problems, like people throwing rocks, people throwing bricks, people doing Molotov cocktails, all that kind of stuff. There were race riots in the 60s. Not just that, I would say that between the 70s and the 90s, we had the drug war, where effectively we went from a pretty peaceful time during the 50s and 60s to the point that the homicide rate doubled, violent crime doubled, everything doubled. And so, and I was born in the late 80s, so I grew up in the 90s, and I had a very picturesque childhood. I rode my mountain bike. I played Foursquare. I got along with my black neighbors. It was like a very beautiful time. But then, what I would say is, when people of your generation say, well, we didn't have those problems back then. I don't have problems now. I go to the park. There's black families, there's Hispanic families, there's Asian families, and we're all just hanging out, eating ice cream, letting our kids play, and all that kind of crap. A lot of the problems, and by the way, I'm not saying that there aren't real problems or that there isn't disproportionate criminality within the black community, but a lot of these problems we see them online. We see the BLM kidnapping. We see endless knockout videos. We see all the crime that happens in New York. We see the stabbings. We see Irina Zarutska. That stuff was happening in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, and the 60s. You just didn't see it.
I didn't live it either.
I want to hear some premonition.
Let me do a couple of super chats real quick, if you don't mind, and I'll hand it back to you, premonition. Fire says with 5, Evan, man, I got to know how much you'd be willing to pay for LeBron James.
Sorry, that time has passed. They are no longer farming equipment. They are just as human as you and me, and they're created in the image of God. So,
oh my God.
I would not. So it is impossible to buy LeBron James currently.
Oh my God. Colada with the big 5 says, young conservative here. Effigy, this is one of the only things I agree with you on, but release the files. Transparent government equals good government. I'm agreeable to that too.
Release the files.
And Kai not only got a $10 boot just for not landing the plane quick enough, but you got another $10 boot. So you got 20 minutes backstage. I already set the timer. You're down to 16 minutes now since I already put you back. Back to you, premonition.
I was just going to say, I agree with you, Counterpoints. I am from Reno, Tahoe, Carson City. So we are, I completely agree with you.
What's that, Nevada?
Yes, Northern Nevada, very conservative. Everybody had guns. We all had, we all shot, everybody. It was very conservative here, and there was just no. So I believe you completely. And I grew up in an extremely sheltered area where there just weren't any issues. So when I see the poor young girl being stabbed, that killed me. That
I can refute that entirely. Bro, I can refute that entirely. I grew up in San Bernardino. I hung out in Compton, and I'm definitely very, 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 very white. Very white. Used to dye my hair penny copper red. I was a skinny white girl, and I used to go party down in Compton. I used to go hang out in Watts. I lived in San Bernardino. I was one of 5 white kids at the school I graduated from. Dude, I was never attacked. And I was the only white girl in that school in my graduating class. The only one. Never attacked. Never had to worry about riding the bus in San Bernardino, y'all. San Bernardino in the Inland Empire. We're talking some of the highest crime, drugs, and all kinds of stuff. I used to hang out downtown Watts, downtown Compton. Never had a problem. No, it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. Just because you're saying you didn't hear it, I can guarantee. Yeah. And I grew up with law enforcement as parents.
First of all, a lot of this is the fact that you are seeing this, though. We are in a post-internet age now. You are seeing a view of the world that is magnified compared to what it is. If we look at crime statistics now are not what they were in the 90s.
That's the question that I wanted to ask, because I think it's pertinent. What year was this?
93.
93. So hold on. So this is almost exactly my point, is that in real life, Yeah, like bad shit happens. I was in law enforcement for 4 years. Like I saw all sorts of horrible shit. I saw people get amputated, saw people get killed, saw drug abuse, saw physical abuse, saw sexual abuse, saw all sorts of terrible shit. Terrible shit happens all the time. But what I'm telling you is that if you actually go look at the crime stats from the UCR, from the Universal or Uniform Crime Report, the 90s were like the zenith of the drug war. Like it was arguably worse in the 70s and 80s, but the homicide rate in 1992, I guarantee you, was over like 8 per 100,000. Right now, we're right now we're probably around like 5 per 100,000. So like national level crime has been cut by 40 or 50%.
Okay.
But what's happened instead, and by the way, that might be thanks to mass incarceration, but which to some degree I support. But to point this out though, so crime's been cut by 40% or 50%, but you think that racial tensions in crime in 2025 are worse than 92. But that's not because crime is worse. It's because you're seeing it more because you're on the internet.
No, it depends.
No.
Like,
I would say like with or
Mr.
I'm
Counterpoints. Quick
I'm
question.
listening.
You said you used to be a correction officer, right?
I was actually a patrolman for 3 years, and then I was a school resource officer for 1.
Oh, I thought you said you worked behind bars.
I did 4 years in the Marine Corps. I did 4 years in law enforcement, and I was a patrolman. I wasn't in the jail. Although I have plenty of jail stories for you if you want them.
Yeah, well, the question I have with the jail stories is how often do you see segregation in the chow hall?
Yeah, no, jail and prison. Well, jail not so much because like jail is like short-term holding or whatever, so there isn't necessarily like racial segregation. But once you get like a sentence more than a few months, or once you go to prison, then yeah, of course it's racially segregated. Yeah.
And what's the recidivism for inmates for state or federal?
Yeah, it's terrible. I think it's more than 40%. Like I think recidivism is between like 60 and 70 actually.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So a lot of people return, but the ones that don't return, they come out and they become our neighbors. But they retain a lot of that segregation, racial mentality that they had in prison because it kept them safe.
Sure. No, we are tribal by nature. Whenever I talk to like a white
tribal by
nationalist,
nature? Is that just white, black, Jew, Arab?
I think that even so for instance, I'm tribal, but I'm not tribal by race. I'm actually tribal by principle, I would argue.
So what's tribal by nature mean?
People have a tendency to create in-groups and out-groups as
we like to create
small groups.
Yeah, so I would say that my in-group is American, are relatively speaking like American patriots, American constitutionalists.
Well, they didn't segregate like that in the prisons. They didn't segregate by Americanism. They segregated by the color of their skin.
That's just
I know. It's
like
easy. It's easy. That tribalism is easier because you can see it.
And you can see it in high schools and other places, and like the cafeteria and stuff like that.
You can see it in crime stats, by the way. 90. Sorry, this is an important point. 90 to 95% of homicides are within racial categories. So black versus black, Hispanic versus Hispanic, Asian versus Asian, white versus white.
Except for Asians. Asians are that is a major like statistic that highlights an issue in America today.
Well, hold on. So I want to ask a question.
I want to understand the argument. Is the argument is crime down or is up?
Yeah, we'll talk in a minute.
Crime's down by 40% since the mid 90s.
For what? For black crime or crime?
For everything, but homicides in particular.
It depends. Like Philly,
no, it's not.
Philly,
yes, it is.
It's gotten worse.
Philly's been getting worse.
They've already told you that they have.
I have a question.
I mean, go ahead.
How can we trust these?
Super chat, and I'll hand it
They've
back to you.
already told you that they have been cooking.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
Premonition, are you heading out? Did you want to say goodbye to everyone?
Premonition. Bye. This was fun. I will be back. You guys are wonderful, and
it was cool having you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Premonition. Thank you for jumping on. I love new people, so thank you, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
I support you, so I'll be back. Bye, dear.
Bye-bye.
I don't get these
Brit,
man.
Brit was
Janelle
saying?
says, effigy, you failed spectacularly to vociferously push back against the prolific bigot, vile, homophobe, and utter POS on panel tonight. Expected more from you than that, my guy. Truly lamentable.
Look, I treat Evan like I would treat anyone who has received a serious head injury. To me, he's basically like the retarded little brother on the panel. And sometimes your retarded little brother says some fucked up shit. He's going to do that. He's got half a brain. So,
right.
Aw, we love
Well,
our
thank you
little
for going
Evan,
easy on me,
though.
effigy. I appreciate it.
And Kai still has less than 8 minutes backstage, says, this is just an argument for weak on-crime policy. You convict people for 10 years, they come out jacked up.
Well, so just to kind of hit it, like I think that like we do have a problem with recidivism, but I think we need a carrot and a stick approach. One thing that Central Florida did as I was getting out of law enforcement was they were doing like a work release for like 2-year probation on a criminal stint. Like this was a guy who was a part of a drug organization. He was accused of violent crime, but he wasn't convicted of violent crime.
You said
He was serving he was serving like a 5-year sentence. But he got out in 3 years, but then for 2 years, he had to live in a group home. He had to work a job. He had to pass a drug test. And he had to maintain his employment. And if he didn't maintain his employment and if he didn't maintain his sobriety, then he would be kicked back to incarceration. And so this guy, he did end up recidivizing that. He did end up like serving a sentence, and then he did join the drug organization again. But when he was a part of the work release program, he was actually, relatively speaking, a model citizen because he did not want to be incarcerated. And so I would like to see programs like that where, yeah, if you fuck up, you're going to get incarcerated, you're going to get stuck in jail or prison, but also we give you a way out of the bad life.
So you work you work law enforcement in Florida, right? Florida's
you
a
was
weird
asking Counterpoint. You was asking how I was coming up with the numbers. Didn't the officer in Washington tell you that the murder crimes, they had to be able to say, oh, well, it was an assault when it actually was a murder? They had been cooking the books for years.
I don't understand. So you're saying that because right now, on average, I think the United States has about 20,000 homicides annually. And so what you're saying is there's 10,000 additional bodies out there. There's another 20,000. There's 20,000 corpses that are strewn on American streets, but they wrote them out as not homicides.
Right. And the police.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
You don't have to believe it, but you can listen to the man's mouth. I mean, he actually says it that before.
Who was
Trump
this?
This is an officer. I think he was in Washington State.
I'm not going to be surprised if blue cities cook the books for stats. For instance, like if you watch the TV show The Wire, I actually love The Wire, unironically.
Fantastic show.
They do talk about how they downgrade felonies to misdemeanors. There's actually an argument that California did this in reference to shoplifting.
And they did.
I think homicides are more difficult to downgrade than other crimes.
So the homicides are not down.
Well, not only that, but
she's saying that the thing is, Counterpoint is she brought up another state, and you talked about Florida. Florida, this is backtrack like far from what you said, but Florida's not purple; it's red.
Okay, I mean, I wish it was purple, but yeah, it's pretty red.
But yeah, also with Philadelphia, with these hidden murders.
I just wanted to
say they're hiding. Hold on, okay. You say they're hiding 20,000 murders. Overall, violent crime is still tremendously down in Philadelphia since the 1990s. So even despite hiding 20,000 murders, let's say they are, somehow violent crime overall, because assault would still be violent crime. Even if you downgraded a murder from assault, it would still be counted in total violent crime. Somehow,
violent crime is still way down. And this is one of the reasons why it's hard to believe that 20,000 murders are getting hidden, because how would 20,000 murders be getting hidden, which would put murder at higher than it was in the 90s, but total violent crime
I have the stats with me. I have the stats
I
right
don't
now.
understand why y'all won't listen to the video of what he said.
Hold on. You guys just talking over each other doesn't help. I know usually our panels are chaos and fun, but when we're all trying to talk, we can't hear anybody. While crime is Werbs over on the Rumble side sends the Big Ten to say, while crime is down since the absolute high in 1991, crime is up since the 1960s, with the second highest spike under Biden in 2022.
And the introduction to drill music.
I just put the stats in there
What
for
is this
Philly.
one?
Philly has 410 murders, which is higher than
This is
in the 1990s.
this is for Atima. Earlier, Atima made a claim about executive orders by president, and I just thought I would put the numbers up so that she could see how wrong she was.
Sorry, are you looking at absolute murders?
That
Because
doesn't
you can't
include
do that
all
when
his
the
EOs.
population of the city has skyrocketed.
bullshit,
No, that doesn't include all his
the murder
EOs. Yeah,
rate, the murder
because-
rate of
Absolutely it
Philadelphia
does.
experienced a
No, it
sharp
doesn't.
decline. Yeah, I'm looking at it right here.
Philly's murder is up and its population is decreasing.
We'll talk about it in
since
a
the
minute
90s.
after you. We're going to derail everybody.
No, since the 90s. Philly
Sorry,
has
who's okay?
decreased
So
since
who brought up
It
the
is very
60s and who brought up the
hypnotizing
90s
to
so that
these
we can
kids,
deal
and
with
they're
each of those independently?
That was here in this from Werbs. While crime is down since the absolute high in the 1991, crime is up since the 1960s, with the second highest spike under Biden in 2022.
So that
And
is
that's
actually
COVID.
Yeah, well, yeah. So
Yeah, and
one
it
is
is correct,
COVID,
if you-
and absolute violent crime we have to separate from the violent crime rate.
not just that, but if you zoom out on a chart of like
It's come
violent
back
crimes
down.
and the spikes and everything, it did spike at that time, but the spike relative to the overall climb and decrease is very minor. It's only a big spike if you zoom really, really close in on the line.
And by the way, it doesn't matter. I'm still a tough on crime guy, okay? I still like
Certainly,
incarcerating bad guys. I don't like pussy DAs
Oh, you
that
cool
fucking
with
give people
stop
passes.
and frisk?
What?
Stop and frisk, bringing that back.
I'm
Stop
actually
and
against.
frisk is
I'm against stop and
policy.
frisk because it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. That's why I'm against stop and frisk.
What if you have reasonable suspicion?
No, you can stop and frisk somebody with reasonable suspicion all day.
That's
I'm
not-
talking about stop and frisk was effectively they just went into bad neighborhoods and told random American citizens, "Put your hands against the wall. I'm going to pat you down," and they just did that millions upon
No,
millions
the
upon
ones
millions
that they
of times.
knew. They knew those guys.
Millions of times they
No.
did
They
that?
knew those
No.
guys.
Not when it was
Yes,
in New York.
they,
They were
in
just
New
putting
York
randomly
City, there's
people.
11
Okay,
million
so-
citizens. They
so-
did it millions of times.
Well,
Baby, we was under stop and frisk, and they did it to people that they
It
knew.
wasn't millions
Well,
of times they
people
did when they
repeat
had
offenders.
reasonable suspicion.
Yes, it wasn't
No,
random people.
I'm okay. So hold on. Let me say this real quick. So, Terry versus Ohio, right? Bear in mind, I haven't
Yes.
studied case law since 2015. So if I misquote something, please forgive me.
I'm pretty familiar with the case. Go ahead.
Okay, so Terry versus Ohio, there was an off-duty cop. He sees somebody like in a hoodie in summer, and he's pacing back and forth, and he's got shit in his jacket or whatever. And he stops and he pats the guy down because he's looking crazy suspect because he looks like he's about to commit a crime. And so I think in the court case, the guy said, well, I hadn't committed a crime. Therefore, you didn't have any reason to stop or search me. Therefore, you should throw out the case. But I think what ended up happening in that case, which has been reaffirmed since, is that cops, based off of their training and experience, can operate based off of reasonable suspicion, based off of like what they believe are indicators of potential crimes. And then they can pat you down for weapons, pat you down for contraband, pat you down for this, that, the other. But they need to be able to articulate it. They need to be able to say why they reasonably suspect that you might be about to commit a crime.
Because a lot of those
Whereas
people,
with
it
the
was,
stop and frisk program in New York, the reason why they thought these people were going to commit crimes is because they were from a crime-ridden area. That was the reasonable suspicion, was they were U.S. citizens who were born in the wrong place, who lived in the wrong place. And that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States.
So, Mr. Counter, quick question.
Sorry.
You had a lot of reports that you wrote, right? You wrote a lot of reports.
I wrote a fuckload of reports, yeah.
Okay, and what did you do with the reports? Were the reports, did you start them all brand new, or you went back to your drive and you just
I mean, I
edit
started them
names.
brand new, but you're right. There, you can copy and paste the intro. You can copy and paste the end.
Yeah, and also we shouldn't
No, he's
discourage
legit. Yeah,
things
he's
that
done
improve the efficiency of our police force when they're already under equipped as it is.
Well,
And
and
that's
hold
the
on.
other
So
part of
I
it.
want to hit Zach's point though, because he is making a point. You could have like, so for instance, like a shoplifting crime. You can say on such and such date at such and such time, I reported to such and such address, blah 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 blah.
You change
In
the
that
name
one,
and date. That's it.
you can copy and paste from almost every single report you ever do. And then also for certain crimes, there's basically like sub statutes that you have to hit, where basically like in order to meet the threshold of shoplifting, you have to hit certain threshold. And so you can copy and paste that verbiage, but you're responsible for every single thing that you submit to the state attorney. So you still need to have the right names, the right date, the right time, the right circumstances, the body camera, all that bullshit. And if you fuck that up, then that case could get thrown out.
And once you articulated it 2 or 3 times, you got it down.
Oh, I had the flow. Yeah, man, I had the flow. I could type through. I could do a murder report in 20 minutes. I could do a burglary report in 30. Yeah, I had the flow.
Let's zoom out on the topic here too, because when we're talking about if MAGA is conservative or Republican, I'll focus on conservative because I don't know if anyone here is that committed to being Republican, and you shouldn't be. When we look at everything here, right? When we talk about cop data, can't trust cop data. Talk about cops, can't trust them either. Talk about crime data, can't trust crime data. If that's the MAGA way, what is it that you're conserving? Because if you're temporally conservative, right, I'm conserving a time when America was better. All of these times you're going to claim were better were times where you had to trust the cops the most. You had to trust the experts the most because information wasn't open source the way that it is now on the internet. It wasn't nearly as available to the average person. If you're conservative in your approach to applying funds and government intervention, well, then you need to have some numbers that you trust, because otherwise, how can you determine where your line is for what is conserving government power versus just basically saying, let's just fuck it all and burn it all down, which is the liberal lefty thing to do, which is what I think Counterpoints is kind of accusing MAGA of being.
Mr. Jeb Tan, I would say with that sort of perspective, if you look at conservatism, or at least in some of like the beliefs I hold, I would say looking at modern institutions now, the issue is not trusting the authority of the state. It is the people who make up the state and the influences that have taken it over and have subverted the state.
Certainly. So what's our barometer for what makes a trustworthy person to lead the state, right? And how does
I would say
that in a way that others don't?
I would say a major issue, like with previous things, is if the person who leads the country is of the same culture, is of the same ethnic heritage, is of the same religion, typically those aspects tend to have a certain trustworthiness, because most people wouldn't go and betray their own people. Like, generally speaking, surely when you get to the elite, that can be as a bit more floppy. But if
so you like Joe Biden then, right? Because he's an American from America, American culture, old-time Irish child of Irish immigrants.
Honestly, I don't have much opinions or like on Trump and Biden personally. I think they're both good people. Like if I was in like the military or whatever, like even in my personal day-to-day life, I'm not against them too much. The issue I primarily have is like with some of the institutions, like there's no loyalty to the American people and to the founding stock, whether they be
what I'm getting
the
at
foundational
here,
Black Americans or the foundational white Americans and the different sort of.
What do you mean by foundational Black American? Like this is my thing. Is
FBA.
It seems like it's the what?
Foundational Black America.
I would say like the descendants of like the people who were enslaved and brought to the Americas that were later free.
Sorry, is somebody like?
Yeah, it's me.
At a
My
cash
bad.
register or something.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's
I'm
my-
like
it's
hearing all
me.
this noise.
I'm
But if we
getting.
can- if we
HQ
can
React says
Oh,
crime
sorry.
is way down since the 90s. Murder varies city to city, but down overall, but peaked in 1991. These down by murder 32%. Great. Okay, can you like mute or something? Well, I'm gonna mute you because that's fucking annoying. Sorry. Murder 32%, grape 10%, robbery 56%. Any thoughts to that specifically?
Yeah, real
No.
quick. I just put the stats for Philly. Philly has the most amount of murders it's ever had since 1960 was in 2021 at 562. this year's
population, man. If the population's doubled or tripled in the past like 60 years, then it doesn't fucking matter.
It's decreased. However, my question is,
the population for Philadelphia decreased in the past 50 or 60 years?
Yes.
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 Yes. Most of the East Coast major cities actually have, except for like there's a handful like New York and a couple others that have grown, but
Philly's like 1.2 million. At its peak in the 40s, it was around 5 million.
Sure, we can concede this then. I mean, Philly sucks. Cool.
I agree. Philly
how does it make Trump?
Actually, it seems to be blowing people away. But my question is, how much can we actually trust current year crime statistics when we have so many cities that aren't reporting anymore, and they aren't even mandated to accurately report?
What cities aren't reporting crime data?
I would argue, how can you trust current year crime statistics when they've fired all the statisticians?
Well, okay, on top of that's not. That's no, I'm talking about the soft on crime. We aren't going to arrest anybody anymore. We aren't going to try them we're going to prosecute them. I'm talking about that part of it.
So not only does the LA Sheriff's Department and the
or whatever, but the ones
that's what I was talking about.
Sorry, not only does the LAPD and LASD have public access crime reporting systems that show the last 10 years of crime data, they're also transitioning. Hold on, they're also transitioning to national incident-based reporting system, which is a federally standardized crime reporting. So they just are reporting.
But
crime.
if they aren't arresting people for the crimes, then how are you going to get accurate reporting?
Sure, and listen, I don't think any of us are. I don't think any of us are going to say that Democrat cities are like exceptionally good at enforcing the law relative to Republican cities. But what we're saying is, how does this make Trump conservative?
Well, hold on. That's not even my point. My point is, y'all have been like effectively, in my opinion, brainwashed or propagandized to believe that America is falling apart at the seams, that the social fabric is frayed, the social contract is destroyed, blacks are going crazy, the Haitians are eating the cats, the Hispanics are raping everybody. And if you look at the stats, it just does not bear out compared to what you thought were the good old days. The good old days, twice as bad.
Counterpoints. What socialism do we practice here in America?
What?
Trump owning the United States owning 10% of Intel.
All right, Kai, I want to hear the question so I can address it.
All right,
sorry, Zach. What?
Go ahead.
So,
Zach.
When it comes to being conservative, we actually have a lot of we have a lot of socialist practices here in the U.S. What kind of socialist practices do we have here in the United States?
See, this is what I don't like about this is part of the reason why I went through half a dozen definitions of different kinds of conservatism and how I perceive them is because
firefighting. So right.
Well, hold on. No. Hold on. Let me address it because I'm going to get to the heart of your point. So socialism is a 200-year-old philosophy, and it's supposed to emancipate, meaning making people free from the oppressions of capitalism. That's the overall definition that probably incorporates every variant of socialism that's ever fucking happened. Now, Marxist socialism specifically is decommodifying basic human needs, meaning food, water, and shelter are free to everybody.
Yes.
No, there's a difference. Communism is different. So food, water, and shelter are completely free. And then also workers own the means of production, meaning that every single employee owns a stake in the company effectively. And that's like a more capitalist way to achieve workers' ownership. There's a whole bunch of different models. But anyways, then when it comes to communism, communism is a moneyless, stateless class of society. Whenever you have some dickhead leftist on Twitter who's like, communism's never been tried. That's why they're saying it, because no country on earth has had a moneyless, stateless class of society. But when it comes to socialism, socializing services, in my opinion, is not socialism. In the medieval era, in the feudal era, security was socialized. It was outsourced to the government. The word socialism, the concept of socialism, didn't fucking exist. And so when you say firefighting is socialism or being a cop is socialism, I just don't think it lines up with any historical or definitional analysis of these political systems. I think you're using the word.
So what's our firefighting and police department and our mail That's not socialism.
You could say it's a socialized public service, but that doesn't make us a socialist nation.
Yeah, because it's not really a market. It's not really an economic structure.
But do we?
And it hasn't decommodified your basic human needs, and it has not given you ownership of the means of production.
Well,
so I would argue it's not
do we
socialist
have
at all.
a down payment?
What?
Tom says, am I the only one who has noticed the use of the word unironically far more than the past? I'm just old, but it grates on my nerves.
A lot of people don't know when they're being sarcastic anymore. That's why I say it, because I'm trying to say I'm not being sarcastic when I say this. That's what I'm trying to say.
Literally lost its meaning, so they started using unironically.
Blasterbot says, hey, Connor, sell out any more of your principles for a low price. I know your rates are reasonable. Just got to make sure you know you have low moral fiber and are still a spurg.
I'm gonna say it. Listen, Blasterbot and another half dozen fucking losers in chat. You're fucking chirping. Oh, Connor doesn't know what he's talking about. Connor talks too much. Connor doesn't know definitions. Connor doesn't know words. Connor doesn't understand politics. None of you fucking pussies have a microphone. None of you fucking pussies are here. And by the way, we still have what? We got 10 right now. It's open, bitch. You can come in at any time. Kick somebody for $10. Come tell me how I'm wrong, you fucking losers.
But what is the chirp? What's the actual chirp?
Drop the link
Chirp. Banter. Talking shit.
For the pussies into the chat. Feel free to hit that. Kai says, what evidence do you have that they aren't tracking crime? Kamala Harris reported illegal parents who weren't sending their kids to school in California.
Okay, that's not the... Okay, wait. Reported crime versus what people are actually arrested for. If you look at the number of incidents being called in and you compare, which most cities don't record because that's a lot of data to try to hold on to. Grew up with dispatchers as parents. I understand. Okay, fire captain and dispatcher for parents. I get it. That's a lot of data to record. If you go and you try to track all of the reports or reported calls, we'll have just calls rather than reports. Have the calls, and then you go look at the actual arrests for what happens, you're going to find a huge disparity because these days, like my daughter was attacked when we lived in Portland. My daughter was attacked by the neighbor's cat. She was covered in scratches. The officer said, well, I don't see any scratches, so I'm not going to fill out a report, and nothing happened. However, my daughter was physically assaulted by an animal.
Do you have any source you do trust, Atema?
Well, no, I'm just asking.
It's a genuine
what do we
question.
do with statistics? Well, no, I have plenty of sources I trust. That's not my...
Trust, like who?
I'm just asking the question.
What is the argument, though?
I'm just asking the question because I think if we're going to sit here and have all these firecracker discussions about statistics and who's likely for this and who's likely for that, we need to be able to account for the fact that there's a whole lot of crime that isn't being reported anymore.
No, I agree with you.
Hold on.
Thank
Jeff,
you.
may I?
That was my point.
Go ahead, Counterpoints.
Atema, real quick, though. So here's what we're telling you, okay? This is what all the stats nerds are saying. What we're saying is, based off of the stats, regardless of your personal experience, America is twice as safe as it was 30 years ago, but you are experiencing this shit, not just because you have personal experience with crime, but also because you're seeing it way more on social media. But your rebuttal to our perspective, your rebuttal to our perspective is, well, one, I've experienced it on a personal level, which doesn't refute what we're saying. And then number two, you're saying, well, they could be cooking the books. So is your argument that they're cooking the books so hard that it's worse than when you were a child? Because nowhere else does that.
Bro, I never said that. I never said that.
It seems like the implication of what you're arguing.
My point's a little different.
The implication.
My point's a little different, Atema. Can I ask you something real quick? Can I elaborate why I asked you something earlier? It's the reason why I asked what sources you trust and why I want to kind of have them out on the table here is because it seems like one of the bigger flaws I think even Trump supporters have identified about him is that it feels as though he's flying a little blind. The trajectory seems to not be very consistent. And that is very antithetical to conservatives of old. Conservatives of old were very married to being objective and looking at metrics and trying things, seeing if they objectively worked, running the country like a business, and then altering based on that. It seems like if we don't have any sources that we're going to lay out right here, right now, and say, I want politicians that use these sources that understand this set of facts, we're basically asking the next guy to fly blind and the next guy to fly blind. And this is not a conservative principle of leadership.
Okay.
Well,
Anonymous drops in to say fire, police, etc. are closer to utilities because markets don't solve for them well. So we fund them by governments and essentially monopolize them. I mean, essentially, it's kind of it's better for society anyways, because if you live in a townhouse and
it's better
your house
that
catches
local
on fire,
control
then
police forces as opposed to private institutions, for sure.
Well, I'll show y'all something in the back. I'm gonna go ahead and leave for the night. Thank y'all. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Britt, and have a good night.
Have a good night.
Good to see you, hon. We're good to talk
Fire,
to you.
fire says, fuck, stop
I just
and
wanted to
frisk.
weigh in
Pardon
real
me, I am
quick
talking,
because
not
I just
you.
wanna
You can
make
shut
it
up now.
very
I am
clear
talking,
that,
not you.
we
Kai, what the
have
fuck is
to
wrong with
define
you?
our definitions
Hello?
when we're
Kai, you need to
talking about
listen to
these
the
things.
moderator.
All right, I'm just gonna boot him. He can sit in the back and I was coming through loud and clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not listening in on he's probably on a phone. Okay, and that typically happens with people who come in on phones. They don't hear what's going on because their phones actually cut out what is being said, and I don't think he's been paying attention to anybody all night. Fire says, fuck, stop, and frisk, and the Patriot Act. You all hate motherfuckers. The 1A lets me say, chill out, motherfucker. 2A is for if they don't chill, catch fascists was funny.
Well,
I agree with
he's referring
Patriot
to
Act,
Charlie
for
Kirk
sure.
in case you didn't catch that. That's what he's referring to. So that's kind of a spicy tweet, I say.
Sure,
Yes.
I'm okay with jokes about it now that we've gotten some breath on it. But I agree with the Patriot Act sentiment. The stop and frisk, I just think it's okay to have more complex conversations about things that are a lot closer to the line of wrong.
Tom Carpenter says, just needed a higher rank. Enjoy a Big Mac meal, Mater. Oh, I will. Thank you.
Nice.
So
gaining
to
rank
answer
points.
your question. Sorry, Sarah.
Can I ask one? Can I ask one question? Hey, if Trump's not a conservative, how come so many conservatives support him?
Well,
he's the best choice there is right now.
They think he can win.
Yeah,
the Democrats are pretty far left.
Conservatism has moved from like a principled, temperamental expression of how we should interact with politics to we must own the liberals, the progressives, and the leftists, and we don't give a fuck what we do in order to own the left.
There's a little bit more of a well-intentioned spin I think you can take on it. When you look at like real conservatives, which is like small government conservative, in my opinion, right? The smallest government conservatives were like the Liberty Caucus. They do exist. Liberty Caucus is full of them. They've generally been relegated to small groups, and they were starting to get forgotten throughout most of the 2000s because it just wasn't revolutionary enough. You know, it wasn't government do something enough. And so what a lot of conservatives thought was, well, if I can't win on my terms, I can at least make sure I don't lose too hard. And the losing too hard is the Democrats winning and taking the guns away and getting single-payer health care implemented and all these big things that I really don't want to happen. And Trump is the way that doesn't happen. It's not what Trump would do.
I've heard this like a billion times. I've heard plenty of people say, I don't like Trump, but I hate the Democrats more. And then also, guns is huge for a shitload of moderate Republicans. So, her talking about an assault weapons ban 1 month out before the election, in my opinion, is fucking suicidal. And then also, a lot of Republicans or conservatives are very capitalist, and so she actually lost a lot of rich Democrats and a lot of rich moderate Republicans because of the the tax on unrealized capital gains. Somebody was telling me that there was effectively somebody who was like, vote blue no matter who, fuck Donald Trump, he's the biggest piece of shit on the planet. There's no way I could ever vote for the right wing, blah, 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 blah. And he was a multi-millionaire who made his money off of the stock market. And the second she said, oh, I'm going to tax unrealized capital gains, he basically threw a few $1 million at Trump.
Do you know,
and
that's
Ryan
like
officially has a $20 credit added to his name, so it would not just take 20 to boot Ryan. Now it will take 40 because you have to negate the credit. Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Okay.
Very based. Yeah, I just want to add with that. Well, first of all, if you guys didn't see tonight, Rob Noor literally ran from me in a debate. He left the debate after about 20 minutes. So that's not topic tonight though. It's
the
really
left
funny.
street's friend.
so what I was gonna say is the small government thing. I feel like, and Connor, maybe you can speak to this. I feel like a lot of times when I hear conservatives talk about like small government, they don't really differentiate between like small government, not, or as in like there not being a lot of government interference in things, or just a tiny amount of people having a lot of control, which is what it seems like Trump is doing right now.
I don't think they think that's small government. I don't think even the Heritage Foundation would call that small government. I think most people consider small government to be who are small government conservatives. It's just decentralized, more power in local governments. Actually, a breakdown in federal executive power. What I don't think I've even heard the Heritage Foundation call unitary executive theory and shit like that small government. I think they just say it's giving the president the power he is afforded and not allowing Congress to stomp on it and blah blah blah.
They might not call it that, but don't you think that it's sold as that to a lot of people who call themselves small government conservatives?
No, I don't think people largely call themselves small government conservative anymore, period. I haven't heard the term really much.
I am right here.
I'm one.
Yeah, come on.
Trump supporter, right?
We've been through Trump enough to understand that it does not exist anymore, and the only kind of small government they want is when they're not in power. They want to minimize government for other people to use, like exactly what a lot of conservatives have done in individual states like North Carolina, where they fucking sabotage the government on the way out so that their opponents can't actually have all the power that they gave themselves.
My experience in conservative circles is when I say I'm a small government conservative, they say, "Oh, so libertarian." They literally try to immediately separate it from the Republican moniker.
That's you can thank Mitt Romney and his ilk for that. You can thank John McCain and Mitt Romney for that.
MAGA is not conservative in the application of government power or funds.
No,
they're definitely
moderate.
not conservative in that way.
They're
not
you keep saying moderate, but
either.
that makes me laugh.
Well, I get what you know
what
Why?
it means.
Because half of them used to be Democrats just a few years ago.
I get what
Trump used to be a Democrat too.
I get what Atem is saying. I think they're moderate in the sense that they're not very extreme on traditional conservative principles. Like they don't believe in rapid deregulation of guns. They don't believe in deregulation of the healthcare industry. But that's kind of Connor and I's point is that, yeah, you guys are sort of Nixon Republicans. You guys aren't conservative. You guys are more
Ryan,
Democrat-leaning big government Republicans.
But what does it matter? But what does it matter? I mean,
it's the whole
concept
topic
of conservative.
You may not get Kazak. What's your question?
My question for you, Ryan, because I know that you're I like you, man, but you're pretty far left. But the question I ask is, what's your opinion on the blowing up of vessels in international waters down south?
To be honest, I haven't dug into this a lot, but everything I've heard about it seems like it's pretty concerning. There's not a lot of information about like who's even getting killed, right? Like that's always really scary.
But do you think it's okay that like we're stopping fentanyl and hard drugs that are killing most of the U.S. population? Are you okay that we're stopping that in the international waters, which
fishing boats don't carry tons of fentanyl, bro, especially on small boats that can't make it.
Yeah, I would bring up Connor's point from earlier. Are you okay stopping that shit as long as you kill innocent people?
His counterpoint, I would even say.
Well, that was also, sorry, Sarah.
Which is highly likely.
Sarah also brought that up, is stopping 2 or 3 girls worth the crime of them coming over here and capturing 10 or 15 women.
Yeah, it seems there's a lot of these kind of like fucked up dichotomies, right? It's kind of like with ICE, where it's like, is breaking the Constitution worth trying to find illegal aliens?
Yes.
So Werbs.
But no, hold on.
Wants me. Hold on.
That was one of the most important sentences of the night.
Oh, go ahead then. Go ahead.
No, so we were asking, what is it, Zach? So Effigy asked, like, well, is drone striking people and then killing innocent people in order to reduce fentanyl, is that acceptable? And I think Zach said yes. And then Effigy said, well, okay, should we be allowed to violate people's constitutional rights in order to enforce deportations? And Zach was like, yes. And that's exactly what the people like me who are saying, like, you're not.
That's why MAGA's not conservative.
You should view that as a massive violation of the principles that you supposedly cared about when you were growing up. But now, because it's Trump and because nobody gives a fuck about the rules anymore, let's throw out all the fucking rules and just do whatever the fuck we want to do. And that's not conservative. not philosophically. You might have a C next to your name. You might have an R next to your name, but it has nothing to do with the philosophy of conservatism.
Yeah, the R today is a 90s Democrat. I mean, let's be honest with it.
I don't even think a 90s Democrat would be like, yeah, let's throw out the Constitution.
90s Democrats weren't fucking fascist, you asshole.
From Rumble, Worm says, and he wanted me to preface this for you, Ryan, to say that he was. Hold on, Bandit. He wanted me to preface this to tell you, Ryan, that he was just joking. But he says, since the new rule is that it's $20 to boot a lady, and Ryan is the same price, I figure Sarah just called Ryan a little bitch. To the back, Ryan. But that is negated by the $20 credit to keep, Ryan. So you do get to stay, but your credit is now gone.
You got to work on your eyeliner, Ryan. You got to work on the
eyeliner. You got to watch more JD Vance videos to get your guy liner right.
To be fair, Ryan just gets booted too often, and it's to the point where he could be sitting backstage for over an hour, and then come on, and he'll be on for not even 5 minutes before a boot comes in to boot him. So we had to raise the price. It's supply and demand, folks. Okay, back to you, Kazak.
Oh, pretty much what I'm saying is, Ryan, it looks like FNG and Counterpoint have a lot in common. So just go ahead and do your thing, Ryan.
So.
No, but okay, hold on. This is actually what pisses me off, though. So there's this like guilt of association thing where if you still give a fuck about the Constitution of the United States, then they're like, "Oh, you're a liberal because you're siding with effigy
you're
and
not
radical
willing to
coder."
win.
But dude, the whole point was that we side with the Constitution of the United States because these principles aren't supposed to be easily violated. That's my frustration with MAGA. That's the reason why I picked the title of the show, is because MAGA doesn't really give a fuck about the Constitution. They don't really care about the history of the United States. They don't care about the principles on which we established our society. But I'm called not a conservative, even though I hold the same beliefs that I held 10 years ago.
Yeah,
and I want to build on that. Not to do like a horseshoe theory thing, but like I mean, there are also people on the left, like, and I do consider myself pretty far left, but there are people who would be upset with.
Pussy, get on the show, you loser. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm more radical, right? I promise you.
That is radical.
I am
radical. RAEDIKAL.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. What you're talking about. But I am radical.
This fucking loser who says you're politically illiterate, but he couldn't back shit on a fucking mic in a video. Sorry for interrupting, Ryan. Continue.
No, you're good. You're good. But like, there are people like who are more aligned with me politically on the left, who like they'd be upset at me like aligning with someone like Connor, but like for the same reasons. Like I'm concerned about the deconstruction of the United States Constitution because I think that I might like want things to go a more progressive direction like in time, but like we can't do that without the foundation of our fucking country. So
this is a thing that I touched on Twitter today because Matt Walsh, who's like a big MAGA figure at this point, he was replying to someone who said that they would rather lose than unite with the alt-right and by extension people who don't believe in the American Constitution or at least believe in suspending it when it aids them. And Matt Walsh said, I'd rather lose. Yeah, I know. I would rather win. Civilization itself is at stake, and I'll take winning. And this is what I responded to it, and it's kind of my question to you guys. If you fundamentally change your movement to one that doesn't care about the Constitution at all times to protect it, are you actually protecting a constitutional movement anymore?
No, nope. Obviously not.
No.
Do you have to have such an open mind that your brain falls out, though? I mean, you have to have some sort of limitation on things. You have to have some sort of boundary.
A limitation on conservative principles.
No, right now,
no, you don't.
The Constitution is being used as a weapon against common sense in our country.
In what context?
They're using it as our children in public schools.
What about that? It has
the
to do with
ability
the
of our kids
Constitution.
to be able to use social media without being groomed.
What does that have to do with the Constitution?
The fuck does that even mean?
Being groomed by who?
Yeah, what does that have to do with the Constitution?
Freedom of speech. They keep hiding behind the First Amendment, saying they're free to say whatever they want to say in the schools. They're free to say whatever they want to say in education. That's just one instance, okay?
The Supreme Court's already ruled that teachers do not have intact freedom of speech when they're operating as a government employee at schools. That's wrong.
In Michigan, they have foot baths and they can stop class for prayer mats for Muslim prayer in schools, but the kids can't meet for a Christian prayer group or even have a Bible study after school.
That would be violating.
That's not even true. I went to the
FCA. Because there's like the Christian, it's
Fellowship
like
of Christian Athletes.
Yeah.
No, all of this is not only not true, but it's
That's
also
crazy.
not.
Can't believe it.
No, I'm not.
It's not
Trigger
constitutional.
words and talking points, right? Trigger words and talking
Sounds
points.
like all that Dearborn shit that I had to fucking debunk live the other day.
I'll tell you, that wouldn't be constitutional. You could use the constitutional against that because that would be violations of freedom of religion. So there is no restriction on our constitutional principles. That's not the answer here. Why?
I guarantee
so
there's an FCA.
This is where all this scaremongering is coming from. It's coming from this Christian nationalist perspective, like people like Matt Walsh, because they fucking believe that they're in this existential battle and that they are the default good, and you can't fucking compromise with people if you think they're the default evil, and that's what's going wrong.
I'm a Christian
That's the guy that's an
nationalist. What's up,
atheist that
FG?
tries to
What's
tell
up?
Christians how to live.
Christian
to live within
nationalism
their-
isn't
their
Christian,
religious
so you're something
There you
else nationalist, my friend.
Okay, then what is Christian?
Can I just be an American?
Well,
Can I just be
probably
patriotic
abiding by the
without having
Bible, which
some sort of
says that
silly-
Christianity shouldn't be a legal system like
But who interprets the
17,000
Bible?
times.
If the Bible's infallible, who interprets it?
It's not infallible.
It's well, you
Yes,
can.
it is.
There's
By
differing.
men. Yes,
He's getting to Protestant sola scriptura theory, and that is he's an ortho bro, and I get it. That's not the topic. We can totally discuss that later.
I really wish you didn't. From the
We'll
Church
talk
of
about
the
it later
Friends
then,
Committee.
but,
Since you're all talking over each
heavy
other,
derailment.
I'm going to talk money. And you have 2 more to finish that dono goal, ladies and gentlemen. You're so close. You guys have been doing awesome all night. Thank you. Tom Carpenter with the Big Ten says extreme left isn't liberal or Democrat. Any thoughts
Well,
to that?
I'll say as like the far leftist token on the panel, like I don't consider myself a liberal. I do consider myself left of liberal, but mainly because I feel like liberalism fails to live up to its promises. But I do also vote Democrat. So.
But
As
idealistically, you're
agree with that,
liberal.
yeah.
You just don't.
We got to
know
bring
that-
you back into the fold. Liberals where the base people are.
No,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Ryan.
No, so
Answer
I would
my
love
question,
to.
Hold
because
on.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know.
Connor.
I love being on a panel where I have almost veto power, where I can start yapping and then I get to talk. That's so fucking awesome.
You're the
so anyways,
future.
yeah, it's so base. Okay, so anyways, left for the right wingers. Okay, I spent 5 years fucking debating the left wing. All right, the way that they view it is that there's leftists and there's liberals.
Yeah.
Liberals are typically mixed economy capitalist. They care about maximum human freedom. They normally like gay rights and trans rights and all that kind of stuff, not because they're necessarily gay themselves, but because they view like freedom, the freedom to be yourself, as like the maximal human good, which is one of my criticisms of them, by the way. Whereas like
So
a leftist
liberal
is typically a socialist or a communist, meaning that normally communists, like they talk about like vanguard communism, where they want to overthrow society in order to eventually achieve a moneyless, stateless, classless society. Whereas socialists, you have like incremental ones that want to do it by voting, and you have revolutionary ones who want to do it through armed revolution, but they want to establish a society that decommodifies basic human needs and workers own the means of production. And so that's like 3 factions. But 2 of those factions are only 10% of the, probably not even 10% of the American public. They might be like 5% to 10% of the American public are socialist or communist.
Yeah.
But there's a lot that are like socks or sock dems. So.
Well,
they
and
have
then
to
I
be
think Dem socks are
careful.
coping, but that's okay. That's a different conversation.
I mean, yeah, that's true. We've seen them all fall to either side in the past like 2 years.
Well, and also like Dem
goes.
socks are like, well, I want democracy and I want to instantiate socialism through the ballot box, but also Charlie Kirk getting shot was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And it's like, it's like, is that are you really as
the
chill
average
as you're
Dem sock
pretending to be?
position, or is that like I don't?
No, he's.
You just went from a
Dem
political
socks.
position to like somebody's opinion on TikTok. Like,
Sure.
So,
but-
Connor, what is
It's just some Dem socks that I interacted with. It's all good.
Counter, what's a conservative?
What's that?
What in your view? Not Donald Trump.
A monarchist.
What's a conservative?
Well, I mean, I'll go through it really quick.
In the minds
What
of
is
the
the
youth.
conservative?
So,
Okay,
hold on.
just-
No, I'll answer
Come
this
on,
question.
everyone. What is wrong with you? You all know better. Kazak directly asked Connor a question. That means you shut your fucking mouth. Go ahead, Connor.
Okay. Burkean is the follower of Edmund Burke, so somebody who defers to existing social institutions, but also criticizes like liberal and progressive criticisms of current society to instantiate new stuff. Neoconservatism is pro-American patriotism, republicanism, and liberalism spread throughout the world through militarism and also soft power. Fiscal conservatism is trying to make sure that the United States of America doesn't collapse through debt. Social conservatism is typically like socially conservative religious stuff. In the United States, that's going to be largely Christian, but it could also arguably be like Muslim, where you could want people to live socially conservative lives. I'm almost done. Environmental conservatism means that you want to be a steward of the planet. You want to make sure that the environment propagates and continues through the future. And then constitutional conservative would be somebody who views the Constitution as something that was constructed intelligently. It's a great document. It's one of the things that holds us together. And as a result, they defer their power to the Constitution. So that's like half a dozen different versions of conservatism. And I've defined them all in like 2 minutes, which I think is awesome.
Where do you
go ahead?
I'll get an education tonight.
And only one of them is left standing at this moment.
He said earlier, Burkian.
Yeah, but well, I mean, no, I would consider that I'm like let's call me a buffet conservative. I think I actually pick the best of each of these subcategories.
But it doesn't matter what the subcategories are. MAGA will violate every single one of them.
I'm just asking because I've been on a panel with you before, so I was just curious.
What do you think?
Yeah. But this is my frustration is people, and I'll just say it, people like Rob Knorr, some fucking losers in the chat. They'll be like, Connor doesn't know what he's talking about. Connor's a hypocrite. Connor's like a paid shill. Connor's this, Connor's that. But they cannot tell me, number one, their own definition of conservatism that isn't effectively just whatever Trump says. That's typically their version of conservatism. And then number two, they can't tell me how I violated these principles. They can't.
It's
they
because
can't.
the people you talk to,
and they're often paid shills.
The thing is I can't speak to the political parties of Washington. I can't speak to you of the political parties of Teddy Roosevelt. I can't even speak to you of the political parties of Ronald Reagan. I can only speak to you based off the political parties that I've been alive for, right?
Sure.
So that's
how old are you, Zach? How old are you?
Zach.
Zach, I don't know how the fuck you say your name. I'm sorry.
I know it's crazy. There's the K and a Zach, but I'm 33.
Okay, so throughout your life, have you not seen a complete and utter shift within the Republican Party from like when you were coming up as a wee lad? Can I make one point? And then I'm going to let you.
At the very least, you've seen neoconservatism shift to MAGAs.
So hold on. I want to make one point, and then I want to let y'all cook. So, Zach, this is my frustration, though, is that like you not knowing about these definitions or these histories or these philosophies is not my fault. As a matter of fact, that was the argument for republicanism. Republicanism is representative democracy. Republicanism almost specifically says that the average person is so stupid and so fucking ignorant that they need to defer their political will to a representative who can best represent them. And the problem with a MAGA conservatism, I guess, or the MAGA movement is that they don't actually defer wisdom to intelligent people. They appeal to the masses and they say, look how many of us support Donald Trump. You should just listen to us because we're popular. But guess what? That's not a Republican argument. That's a Democratic argument. That's a direct Democratic argument. That means that the people should rule.
Is this a new argument?
No, it's an argument as old as Athens. It's a 3,000-year-old argument.
People have been arguing politics since
human beings have existed.
But they haven't been understanding them.
All right, wait. Can I get a B?
Maybe I'll let y'all
let me read a couple supers, and then I'll let you guys dive back in. Michael says, I loved it when McCain took the high road at the town hall in 2012. Was it conservative to say, I disagree with Obama, but he's a decent person?
He caught so much shit for that. Caught so much shit for doing that.
It wasn't conservative nor liberal. It was just being a good human being.
That was just
it was the right thing to do.
It wasn't the right thing to do.
Stop with the it's
was the right thing.
Cost him the election.
Being a good person. If you think that cost McCain the election, I'm sorry, but you're just not analyzing that.
He was way too friendly with Obama.
Also had something to do with that financial crisis.
Well, not just that. No, hold on. Obama was a force of nature. Obama was the Trump essentially of his time. No one was beating Obama in that election. What do you mean?
Oh my God, Ron Paul would have. Ron Paul would have.
When was the last time we saw a bigger voter turnout change without having to fundamentally change all of the rules of the election in one election cycle? When was the last time we had a bigger change in votership without fundamental restructuring
They
of the
didn't
way
have a
elections
bigger
work?
change in votership, though.
Are you kidding me?
Nobody changed their
Obama.
parties. No. Well, okay, yeah, a whole bunch of people left the Democrat Party at the end of Obama's second term, but I don't know, it didn't.
Are you saying
like,
voter turnout
it
was not
wasn't that big a
exceptionally high?
shift. Like,
You're
it
saying
wasn't.
voter turnout was not exceptionally higher in the 2008 election?
Oh no, it was. I thought you were talking about voter shift, like people switching.
No, I'm
parties.
saying voter change in the number of voters.
Sarah, let's get off the topic of presidential.
He was a force
elections.
of nature. He got people to vote.
Well,
who didn't
Kazak dropped 20 just to see the Dono Go get completed, as did Tom Carpenter.
Hey,
Here's more
shut up,
time.
Kazak.
Good
Shut up,
night.
dude.
Good night to you, Tom. He's
Gentlemen.
got an early meeting. Have a wonderful evening, and congratulations, chat. You completed the goal. Go ahead, Officer Jim.
I'm sorry. I haven't had a
Change
lot to
subject.
add because most of the things that I wanted to say, somebody else said, but better. So I'm actually going to bow out. But I just wanted to say, Connor, my dude, fantastic work. Whatever people may disagree with your opinions, your definitions are spot on, and people should listen. When you're describing these different points and viewpoints, you are hitting the nail on the head.
Thanks,
So,
man. I hope you have a great night.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me
Thank
take up
you.
space on your screens.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful evening. Would love to have you back some more.
I will
You have
be
a
back.
good voice, bro.
Thank you.
A little bit of research goes a long way, doesn't it, Connor?
I've been reading for decades, so unfortunately, I think I'm probably going to die of early onset dementia.
But I'm pretty sure Connor probably lives in an all-white neighborhood.
No. My neighbors. Well, they're all rich, but they're not all white.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all rich.
They're all middle class, so they're all
Well, middle class isn't rich because I'm middle class and I live in a.
They're professionals, so they're engineers, they're doctors, they're lawyers. One of them is probably the most working class guy on my block is me / the guy who owns a construction company, but he actually works with his hands for his construction company.
Nice.
So what you're saying is you work with, or you live around people that are gone 5 days of the week.
But probably a majority of the people that I'm hanging out with, they're working more than 40 hours a week. But hold on. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to concede that I live in a nice area with a lot of working class or a lot of middle class people who do well for themselves. But it's not monochromatic. It's not all white. It's not all
DEI
white.
community, huh?
So I couldn't quite hear that.
DEI community, huh?
Yeah, I'm in the DEI community. Yeah, like I got the Indians, I got the Pakistanis, I got the I got the Hispanics, I got the blacks,
I'm with you. And for some reason, those communities just fucking rock, and they tend to be pretty wealthy and have great food and great access to fun things to do. And it's like, oh my gosh, maybe if we had a country of just one demographic, it would be fucking boring as shit.
And they also
hold on. So I don't want to go that far because I do think it's probably class is part of the reason why I enjoy my shit. Although I enjoy hanging out with, I enjoy hanging out with working class schlubs.
Because that wasn't a horrible bad faith suggestion in subtext there, right?
What?
What? No, it wasn't
That was
bad
a pretty
faith.
crappy subtext, dude.
That there are people who believe that one demographic areas are awesome, and I'm saying that they're not. I'm not.
Yeah, didn't you see Evan earlier?
Yeah, I'm not claiming that of
that's
you.
almost a direct response to Evan.
Yeah, I'm just memeing because we don't need to pretend there is not a sect of people online that are pushing for this idea of you got to have the same culture as Americans, and what they mean is white, boring suburban people who listen.
Yeah, they were all members of the Young Republican.
I'm a white, boring suburban man
just
myself.
Americans that want people to share American values.
What part of America?
I found I confirmed one of the people you're talking about.
Motherfucking day, yeah.
Because these are all the people that tell me that Indians are the bane of my existence, but I live in a community with a ton of them, and it's like one of the most beautiful communities of all time, and they serve dope ass food. So.
Yeah, and once,
hold on.
Once
No,
your
this is
family has
actually
been put into an apartment and lived in poverty because you can't get a job in tech anymore because
I
you've
was
been
homeless.
asked out by
Then
the
you'll want to
Indies.
get rid of those browns like her.
You're gonna,
I came
you're
out of
gonna have a
homelessness.
different opinion.
I came out of homelessness because of the community that had so much money pouring through it, because of all of the immigrants that were willing to come here and invest money in the community.
I was going to say this though. I keep
your
going on
anecdote
his
counts
Twitter.
and mine doesn't. I got it.
I didn't say yours doesn't. What I'm saying is there's always an anecdote that's going to counter yours, so maybe we don't
Jeff,
use them.
I want to back up your anecdote real quick though. I keep going to the park, and I keep like with my kids. I keep going to various parks. I go to the splash pad. I go to like a jungle gym area that's like, it's cheap as fuck. It's like $15, and the teenagers are not cleaning the place as much as they should, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just surrounded by like working class, middle class schlubs, but they're all working their jobs, paying their bills, taking care of their family, and it's like black, Hispanic, one Asian, white, and nobody's fighting. Nobody's stabbing each other. There's no race war. Nobody hates each other. Nobody's being a piece of shit. Everybody is being chill.
affluent area.
You're just making up a scenario at that point.
That's just what real life is like.
What if there's just that one chance that a black person harms
What is
your
the point
child,
of this
then what?
argument?
You know, if somebody
I don't
harms my
know.
child
Like,
regardless of skin color, I will beat the fucking brakes off of them. Okay? It has nothing to do with
This just doesn't make any sense.
Can we focus in on what Zach just said? The one chance, right?
What if?
What if
Yeah,
it's
right,
the
what
one?
if?
What if it's the one chance that
that
white
was
guy
me
harms
speaking. I
your
didn't look at the
child?
statistics.
Then I'm going to
We
beat the
can-
brakes off of him
but I'm
too,
just
because anybody who harms my
exactly.
family is going to be
Exactly,
I'm
right?
I'm either
Exactly.
dead, almost dead, or I'm hurting you if you're hurting my family.
Yeah,
True, Connor. True.
My
Listen,
bad for not
I'm
looking up the stats before I made that quote. Sorry.
Listen.
I mean, do you need stats when you
No,
say
no,
something
no.
like that?
I'm not looking. I'm not looking
It's
up
not
the
a stats made argument at all.
I'm talking about the specific thing that you said. The one time that a black person hurts your family, where I'm just saying the one time that a white person hurts your family. What are you going to do about that? Is it going to
fuck 'em up.
change?
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Bad
I
behavior
can
is
see
bad
his
behavior
face.
from any demographic.
Yeah, exactly. I can see his face just from me posing the question that he's being
Yeah,
radically
it's
changed.
a question. It's nothing else. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's literally just a question, right? What are you going to do if a white man, right? Because again, we are coming off the backs of a white man shooting Charlie Kirk in the neck, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's
Regardless,
all it is. It was a white conservative. He supported the Republican Party.
say any of that.
Did I say any of that? Did I say any of that?
I didn't hear you say any of that.
I don't think I oppose any political opinion on them. I don't think I oppose a reason. No. I mean, you can fan
Come on, yeah. As far as demographics go, we kind of have to bite the bullet when it comes to violent people in the U.S., right?
Yes.
We kind of have to admit it's
Yeah.
white males, right?
Oh yeah. No. I mean, no.
When I'm talking about mass shootings, like
Yeah, I know. Make sure you move the goalpost now.
Listen.
Hold on. Let's go one at a time.
I'm putting the bus and got fucking stabbed.
You guys want to do
I'm cutting in as the only black guy on the panel because apparently you guys aren't allowed to say this. That's what Steven Crowder says.
I will say whatever I have to say.
Black men commit the most violent crime in the country. We don't have to debate it any further. I've already said it, right? We can talk about the reasons why these crimes are committed, right?
Poverty.
We can talk about
Irana Zaruska.
I mean, I'm not a big you said Irana Zaruska, the Ukrainian woman?
So if she was a racist, would she still be alive right now?
This question,
if
man.
she was a racist, would she still be alive right now? Okay, I mean, so let's explore this.
We don't have to overcomplicate it. What he's saying is, if she was racist enough to move to the back of the bus and put her back up against the back, or up against the back, when a black dude sat behind her, would she still be alive? That's what he's saying, and the answer is maybe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe.
No, I will grant you that if she was racist because she was killed by a black man, she would still be alive. I will grant you that.
I mean, it's still not
maybe she
like
wouldn't even be on the bus.
No.
It's really not the thing she needed to discern. She needed to discern who the crazy person was, and you can't discern that
This is
there was also like 6 other normie black folk on the bus. Like,
yeah, what if he still decided to kill her even though she was in the back? He would still have been able to. It's not like she could have gotten away if he wanted to kill her. I mean,
So,
it's actually a really
kind of symbolize the bigger problem.
Well, but would she even have been there in that area?
Right,
on that
because you wouldn't want to go in the public area.
Would she have gotten in the bus?
If Ukraine wasn't being under siege by Russia, so how do you feel about
True.
American
Yeah,
support
that's
to
also
Ukraine,
true.
Zach? So let's
What came
ask
first,
that.
the buck or the
How do
bus?
you feel about all of the women that have been raped and murdered over in Ukraine by Russian soldiers? How do you feel about that? Do you think that America, as the superpower of the world, should be helping them fight that war against Russia?
Great question. Great question. That is that's the reason why I'm a nationalist and I don't give a fuck about what's going on over there.
Exactly.
Wait. So hold on.
Exactly.
This is actually
I don't care what you have to say
Wait,
about the Ukrainian girl that was killed on the bus because there are
Well,
thousands.
she was an American. She was here in America.
No.
Stupid.
She was not American. She was not American. She was on a
She was
temporary
Russian
visa.
American, American.
She was on a temporary visa. She was just white.
And
she
she
was
was
on a
on
temporary visa.
transport.
She just
I
happened
have a
to be
question.
white.
The Freudian slip of Freudian slips.
Go ahead, Zach.
I have
Go
a
ahead.
question.
You can go ahead.
Hold on. Nationalism.
Hold on, Kai.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm muting.
Okay, I don't know. Hold on. I don't know. I'm assuming you're using your phone. I don't know if you. It doesn't sound like you have headphones in. Maybe
I'm
that's
using
the
AirPods.
issue.
Maybe that's the issue. Yeah.
So what happens typically is it cuts out when everyone else is talking when you do. Right. So you need to be mindful of that and kind of like chill out and take a breath in order to see. Okay. There is currently $5 in. Start a kick pool for the drunk Kai. Gee, so you need 5 more. If somebody else wants to contribute 5 more to boot Kai, that's all you need. All right.
Can I bet against it?
I want to deal with.
I want to
deal with the.
Can I just ask a question?
Hold on. Kazak, I think you were going in on something.
Oh, I was just saying, Sarah, I think it's very funny that I've been on your channel, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and I haven't been booted yet. So if people want to boot and pay you some money, I can go to the back, but I've never been booted. But I've said some sketchy shit, so it's funny.
You sure have.
There it
So
is.
real quick,
Real
quick before we boot him, though, I have a question for him.
Okay,
I have a question
go ahead.
for him. So how can we talk about it's just the black man killing the white girl when the white girl died with everybody turning their back to her on the bus? Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is
everybody. So I don't know if it's just city apathy in Charlotte or what, but everybody turned their back on her and ignored her, and she died alone, curled up in a ball on the ground, afraid.
Yeah, God forgive
Yeah, that
me.
was
If you
disgusting.
look at the video,
what were they gonna do?
Hold on.
And a black man that rendered aid.
Jared also sent $5 over on the Rumble side and says kick him. So now that's a full 20. You got 5. You got 10 plus another 5. So you got 20 minutes in the back. Yes, go ahead, and then I'm booting you.
Okay, I'll address this real quick. That video was probably about, I want to say about 3 minutes in total from where he stabbed her to where she died. And most of those people had no idea what was going on. If you actually saw the video, it's not like they were watching him stab her and then just turned their heads and just looked the other way. Really, a lot of people didn't really know what was going on. A lot of them just kind of moved out of the space. They thought that maybe he like hit her or something. So yeah,
as
I
she
agree.
was falling to the floor, literally
By
blood going
the
everywhere.
by the time she was falling
But
to the
then
floor,
they
all of
still
those
sat
people
there
moved
and
out.
even walked by her. All right, I'm using this boot because that's just fucking retarded.
And then that Jigaboo fucking walked by numerous people.
Hold
and
on,
they didn't
hold
do
on.
a damn thing.
2 notes. 1, that level of apathy that allows you to not understand that is happening right next to you is probably impugnable in itself. But 2, with Kazak throwing slurs around, I think it's important to note that a black man was the only one to render aid in that situation, despite there being white people present. So let's not throw around slurs blaming all the black people for the issue when it was also a black man who rendered aid. The only one who was with her to render aid was a black man.
Well, I hope he did because that's all that was on the train.
So
another
he wasn't
10
even on the
came
train
in.
yet.
Another
He
10
saw her
came
from
in
outside of the
for
train and came in and rendered aid.
Then what was the
from
people that
Captain
was around
Planet.
her because they were
From
black
Captain
women?
Planet. From Captain Planet. Another 10 came in, said was saving this for Ryan, but Kai earned it. So that's 10, 20, 25 plus the other 5 over on Rumble. You got some time in the back. I've set the timer.
Racism is more powerful than Ryan hatred.
I'm probably going to wrap in the next 5. So can I address that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, so as an American patriot who's had black friends, Hispanic friends, Asian friends, white friends, what I would say is I would love to have a public education system that not only encouraged like American civics so we could actually have like, I don't know, constitutional conservatism being kind of the norm in our country, but then also I think we should have like first response training, like first aid, like in home economics, you should basically have tourniquets, pressure bandages, how to call 911, how not to be a bystander. Because the bystander effect is a real psychological effect where diffusion of responsibility kicks in, where if you're not trained to respond in an emergency situation and there's 10 other people, you might say, oh, well, it's not my responsibility because there's 10 other people. Somebody else could step in. I think that we should train the population, civilian, military, and law enforcement against that.
We used to have the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts to do that.
Military, law enforcement, they all get that training.
Yeah, but they were all civilians on the bus.
I don't really have
None of them were cops.
I don't even have
Sarah, I'm about to
CPR.
I'm about to bounce. I'm gonna give a quick.
What is CPR going to do for a girl who just got stabbed in the chest? You fucking
Go ahead,
dumb?
Ryan. Go ahead,
Yes,
Ryan.
I know how to do that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I just want to add. I missed. Maybe I can talk to you another time about this, Connor, because I didn't see the whole thing. But I and maybe you might agree with this also. When it comes to the topic of like MAGA isn't conservative or Republican, I mean, there might be like an ideological argument that you probably made pretty well, I imagine even. But I think what we have to deal with is that conservatism, republicanism, these things produced Trump, and there was like room for this to fester, this cancer in the Republican Party to grow and now like start destroying the fucking country from inside out. So I think I guess like I would encourage Republicans who are concerned about what's going on, who might want to separate themselves from Trump, like that they have to reckon with whatever that is.
I hear you, but what I would say is P.F. Young, of all people, brought this up the other day. He said that wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric are the things that he thinks are driving society to radicalize in both directions. And I can't really find an argument against it. And so I would not blame the philosophy itself for failing. What I would blame is because this is another thing that people have brought up that has actually hurt my soul a little bit. They said, when have conservatives or Republicans actually pushed forward the values that you say that you care about? And the truth is that the best example that I can come up with is Bush being a neocon hawk invading Iraq in one of the most disastrous geopolitical events that America has ever participated in. That's the last time that a conservative was like acted on their beliefs, and it was a fucking disaster. So, so what I would say is I wouldn't abandon the ideology. I think a lot of people who like follow this ideology and are good people as a result. I would say we need to call out, effectively, in my opinion, our parasitic governing class, and we need to live these values within our communities. And sorry, last bit. One of my frustrations with the Trumpian right is that they say, oh, the left is engaged in this bad behavior, therefore we can engage in bad behavior. And it's this race to the fucking bottom. And I think it's against Christianity. It's against social conservatism. It's against everything I was raised to believe in. And so I think I have to fight it tooth and nail, even if I fail.
It's rationalizations and justifications, right?
It's the same.
Yeah, and I would just add the last thing, and I'm gonna bounce. But like the last thing I would say is I think it's also like that it's been intentionally kind of fostered by like not just the Heritage Foundation, but a lot of other organizations that have like really been the forefront of pushing, like kind of setting the stage for what they're now doing in their Project 2025 of literally deconstructing the federal government. Like they've been in this kind of Christian nationalist movement that's been
I think the pendulum's a
under the hood for a
bitch,
long time.
and they're gonna get hit in the dick with it. Like they're winning right now, but I think the pendulum is a bitch, and I think the pendulum's gonna come back hard.
I mean, it's tough because the Democrats do everything
always
they
a pleasure.
can.
Take care, everyone.
Not allow that to
Have a
happen.
good night, Ryan.
Bush and Obama, like right. We
Right.
didn't have every time you disagree with a policy, you weren't called a racist for 12 years.
No, yeah, and the
Every time-
pendulum then moved back the other direction, but now we are abusing that pendulum, right, and pushing it farther and farther in our direction, which means it's
Yeah.
probably was sending the National Guard into like every blue city that he doesn't like, and then probably also,
Bro, I used to live in Portland.
violating
It's not-
several federal laws, and then also unitary executive theory, trying to consolidate every executive agency's power into the office.
Oh, I know. That's why he
Congressionally-
dissolved a bunch of stuff and broke down a bunch of different.
Like what? Just give me
His
one.
fucking assistant chief of
Counter,
staff
what
says
did
he
you
has
say?
minor authority. Come on,
What did he
man.
dissolve? What did he
open your
dissolve
eyes.
a bunch of?
You said
What's posse comitatus?
I know. Do you know?
I know. Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Let me
posse
tell you.
comitatus was
that have
a
to do with
law
what you
written in
said?
1878, effectively prohibiting federal troops from being deployed on United States streets, except for in grievous cases of emergency. But by the way, Trump has not declared the Insurrection Act. Otherwise, he could deploy them. And then also what he's been doing is he's been deploying them specifically around federal buildings and federal property as
Not
a
them.
caveat. But I tell you what,
Yes.
Zach, the
Not
fact that
them.
that doesn't alarm you alarms me.
All right,
Yeah.
so it's not them. So posse comitatus, you're right. It's the fact of enacting federal law enforcement to the people of the nation, and then what Trump is doing, huh?
Not two.
We caught enough of what you're intending to say to understand. Keep going.
No, pretty much, yeah. The federal. They can't come here and start kicking ass and taking aims. But what the federal government can do is enact the National Guard, and that's what Trump has
Which
been
is
doing.
a federal force.
protecting federal land.
No. It's not a federal force.
Yes, it is
Yes,
a
that's-
federal
yes,
force.
federalize them to
Yes,
take control of them.
Yeah, it's
It's
federal.
federal when the president enacts them. But
So they're feds now.
Yeah, so then they're federal troops.
Yes,
Okay,
when
well,
he
I'm
deploys them
sorry.
to a city that doesn't want them, it is federal.
counter.
protecting
When you
federal
deployed,
land.
I'm listening.
when you deployed with federal and National Guard. I'm pretty sure, and you could tell the difference because the federal was the people that trained and they had, they were the federal,
like the ICE agents that
military.
got 2 weeks of training.
I think the problem that everybody's interrupting you for is that in order for Trump to be in their chain of command, the National Guard had to be federalized. In their normal chain of command, the governor is the person who's in their chain of command. And
that's the
effectively what's
reason-
happened, hold on. This is how fucked up this is. Donald Trump has federalized National Guard from certain states to go into other cities of other states against the will of the governor of these states.
Well,
Again,
you know
the
why?
fact that that's not alarming to you is alarming to me.
But why
Federal
did that happen?
land.
Because
Why?
because he hasn't looked at a stat sheet showing that homicides have dropped 100% in the past 30 years. Because he has a
never mind the
stereotype
fact that
about
I
the
think
south
that's
side
the
of
impact
Chicago
where they
being a
go.
fucking
That's-
war
that
zone.
doesn't matter.
Which, by the way, I'm sure there are parts of Chicago that absolutely fucking suck ass and are violent and terrible. But at the
Hey,
same time,
counterpoint.
that's not Donald Trump's fucking problem.
Counterpoint.
Also, beside the point of how the fuck
you
an
have-
army is going to stop any kind of long-term crime other than just when they're there.
No,
Like, as soon as they walk away.
I want to hear
Trained
Zach's
law
point, though.
enforcement
Zach, what's your
either.
point?
Land.
Go
And
ahead,
it shouldn't
Zach.
be used as trained
Go
law
ahead,
enforcement.
Zach. Go ahead, Zach.
I was just saying that F&G and even you, Counterpoint, you guys can be super American, man. Like, I can't believe Trump is doing this. You don't have a concealed weapon or nothing. You walk around like, I don't know, North City, St. Louis. It don't matter what your promises are. Those people don't care. Right?
Okay, but this is my frustration. I understand you've been drinking a little bit. Sorry, real quick. I'm about to leave in a minute. This is my frustration though, specifically with MAGA, and this is why I picked the prompt that I picked. You're saying that, oh, well, because these areas are violent anyways, and people participate in violent crime anyways. Fuck the laws, fuck the Constitution, fuck posse comitatus, fuck the intent of the Constitution of the United States. And that's not how it fucking works. You're not Republican. You're not conservative.
No, you're not a Republican. You're an authoritarian willing to violate every single norm. But
you do it because the authoritarian guy said good
just
stuff
for the sake of like policing. Like that's what.
And by the way, when people call MAGA Nazis or people call MAGA fascists, this is exactly what they're talking about. It's not because you hate Jews. It's not because you hate black people. It's because as long as your guy is doing the right thing that you care about, you'll make endless excuses for him doing it. And you don't give a fuck about the Republican process or balance of power or how government works or the way that we're supposed to balance power between the executive, the judiciary, and the electoral. You don't care.
I'm pretty far right. So a lot of things you just said.
Then don't call yourself a conservative then if you're quote unquote pretty far right.
Well, he can call himself whatever the fuck he wants, but I'm still going to make the points that I'm making right now because basically you are the perversion. You're nice. I like you. But you are the perversion of the ideas and the ideals that I was raised with. And that's frustrating for me because I think the American population is largely ignorant and pretty fucking stupid. I think there's infinitely more of you. There's infinitely more of you than there are of me. And that's scary.
Counter. Like I said earlier, we're probably about the same age.
Go get your bachelor degree.
And
I did.
What the fuck? But anyways, Counter, I just want to say that you're probably right, but I'm pretty sure me and you both grew up in the time frame where it was Democrat, Republican. Republicans want to make the rich richer, and Democrats want to keep the poor poor. Right? Is that what we grew up with?
No, I would agree that our governing class makes a lot of noise about income inequality, but they don't ultimately do very much. If that's what you're getting at.
Well, let me run. Someone's having a heart attack, man. We got to call 911. I hear like heavy breathing.
No, Uncle Fatty, you wanted to ask Connor one more question. Uncle Fatty.
Was that me?
So there's this thing kind of going around here that
I like you, Effigy.
America doesn't vote for what we want. We vote against what scares us the most.
Yeah.
And the diaper dictator had the better fear game.
True.
Diaper.
Well, and also Democrats' game was I'm not Trump, which is not like a great message.
And his message was be scared of them and be scared of them and be scared of this and be scared of them, because what fascist dictators do is they scapegoat people, right? And they make rationalizations and justifications on why these things are happening, even though they're really not happening. But the talking point gets bred into society through like hypno programming, where you say something 3 times and they hear you, and then you say it 30 times and they really hear you.
Well,
and
I think it's worse than that. I think it's worse than that.
And they'll die for you.
I think it's worse than that, though, because it's be scared of this, be scared of this, be scared of this. But if you vote for me, we're going to have pizza every single day. We're going to have ice cream Sundays 3 times a week. There's going to be hookers, coming over to your house just to do bad things to you over and over again while you're working. I'm going to give you a back massage while you're working. Donald Trump promised, not only did he promise that your enemies will be way worse off, he also promised you that your life will be amazing. It'll be the new American golden age.
I do want to caution against something in there, though, because you said fascist dictators do this. And while that's true, the implication there is that there's some sort of exclusivity. The problem is, and this is the only way, listen, and I'm giving the Democrats a little bit of inside tech. The only way you guys are going to win any moderates who lean Trump is when you admit that also not fascist dictators can do that, and that Obama actually popularized a lot of that type of rhetoric in American politics, and the Democrats need to weed that out too, because not only fascist dictators can do that, and what a lot of conservatives realize, and this is the frustration I think Democrats could do better at leveling with conservatives on, is while Democrats are less extreme in the potency and intensity of their rhetoric, it's for a utility. It's because the pervasiveness of their rhetoric. It's like when you find a new disease, it may not be that lethal, but if it's so contagious, it's going to kill a lot more people than a much more lethal disease. MAGA is a much more lethal disease, and I think it's going to die out as a result. Yeah, but the Democrats' ideological disease is far more contagious, and conservatives find themselves surrounded by it in everyday life. And this is how Trump came to power, was they were on their college campuses being casually told that they are just irredeemably racist to their core. Then they went to their workplace and they were told that, you're probably irredeemably racist to your core, and you need to find ways to mitigate that in the workplace. And then they went online. They're like, well, if you're white, you're irredeemably racist to your core. It's just like this pervasive truth creation.
Yeah, but when people were acting like racists and acting like fascist Nazis, and they got called racist fascist Nazis, and then turned around and were like, "Don't call me that."
Yeah, but this is my critique of Radical Coder, and I wasn't able to give it to him because he had to leave. Which is, if you're too rough on making conservatives like Connor and I answer for those people, you're never going to get anyone like us over to your side, because if you're always going to treat us just like them anyway, then what's the incentive for us not to be like them when they're winning?
Well, Counter, why is fascism wrong?
When we're literally saying the left, right? The left.
Hold on.
Everybody on the left is responsible for that, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Like, more progressive people are definitely more at fault for this, for sure. But regular Democrats did it too. Like, I don't think Barack was that left.
All right. Can I just say really quick? We get the metric, right? Like, the metric is really, really easy. If you look at the demographics, Black people and Hispanic people ideologically are actually split down the middle like everybody else. Once they actually go back to their ideological home, we will be convinced that there's not a fucking problem in the country. Because they're all voting for the left wing when half of them are not left wing. So obviously there's some reason that they're running from their ideological home, which is a lot of them are conservative, a lot of them are religious. There's a fucking reason, and you can't just pretend that there's not a reason for that.
No, 100%.
I think the reason is because of Evan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Like, if you don't admit there's a problem, look at the young Republicans' text that just came out. You can't say that shit doesn't exist.
I don't think it's the jokes in it. Hold on, because this is going to be a whole different can of worms. We should broaden it.
Jokes.
It's not even stupid fucking jokes. They thought they were going to stay private, and they thought they were going to stay within people it wouldn't hurt. The issue is the actual and real. Hold on, stop. Hold on.
They were jokes.
Yes, Teva, hold on. Let me just. The issue isn't the jokes. The issue is there are Black people today that do consistently, and this is why the most anti-white Black people are the ones in mixed neighborhoods, whereas the most anti-Black white people are the ones in all white neighborhoods. Black people in mixed neighborhoods do experience a lot of real racism throughout their lives, even if it's not that severe. And we need to address the pervasiveness of the remnants of that robust, violent racism, and stop acting like if it's not robust, violent racism, that there's no consistent experience that Black people in mixed communities tend to have when they deal with white people and conservatives, because that is the pervasive disease within the conservative side of politics.
Well, you don't show your face. It's kind of weird.
Let's do a quick.
I mean, I usually do, but I'm working right now, so I don't want to look. I don't want to not be looking you guys in the eyes when I talk to you.
Could not be. That is really fascinating. I was the minority for my entire childhood. In fact, up until I moved out of where I grew up in my 30s, I was the minority. And, I just never let anything that was negative, even though I got a lot of it thrown at me, I didn't let it color me. And I certainly didn't cry about it when somebody's abuela would beat the hell out of me with a flip-flop because I didn't speak any Spanish. So, I'm really curious, why is it we have to take that into account? Their discrimination is more delicate than the discrimination the rest of us that are just a minority.
The abuela shouldn't have beaten you either. Nobody's saying that's good, Atema. What the fuck?
Yeah. Here's my thing.
Is, on my dad one
nobody
time,
was like,
I-
"Oh, a boil
What
up beef."
about his
fuck
fuck?
out of a
Bill
temper
Payton in the
nuts."
garage.
But
Yeah.
you're not
Cigarette
listening to
on
what
my
I'm
arm.
saying.
Who
I
are
am
not
listening.
listening to
Am,
what
you
I'm
just
saying.
said, why do you give a fuck
Wait.
about black people crying about all the
No,
racism
that's
against
not
them
what I
when you got
said.
shit against you? Like, yeah, that's what you said.
You're missing the whole point. The point is, if you're a minority in any area, if you're the minority, you're going to get that treatment. It's not exclusive to just black people. It's if you are the minority in the
one
group.
said it was.
And
Yes,
the
I
choice
bully the
you
fuck
just
out of
did.
assholes.
You cut
What
off
the fuck
everybody
is
No.
else
your
having a
problem?
problem with something to
people.
talk about
I
black
didn't.
people in a group.
I didn't cut anyone out. No, what I'm saying is, and I'm sorry if you don't speak the Spanish, but ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? Why don't
I
we
speak
deal with
Spanish.
both types of discrimination simultaneously and just say, hey, we need to address and be better about dealing with the minority in the room. Democrats
Because
do need to
I'm
be
not
better.
asking for reparations.
I'm not
I'd
asking for
like
reparations.
Daniels.
I'm saying just fucking be chill.
Aren't either.
I'm saying maybe we actually attack the part of our party that constantly says we can't
Equal
mix
eleven
All
points.
of you,
communities.
all of
Not
you
to have all the white
panelists
people
owe
are gonna get
me
killed.
reparations for having to tolerate this retardedness. Michael
True.
says, imagine crying about a Zoomer group chat when the future Democrat Attorney General of Virginia is threatening cops and
fact.
and
I'm
his
with
Look,
ops.
just
Yeah,
just because the other side is doing
They weren't all
doesn't
Zoomers,
mean that we should be
first of all.
policing our own side.
No, wait,
Yeah.
Connor.
One
I
of them
don't
was
give
actually a
about him.
state rep. Come on.
Yeah, well, one of them was a state senator in the group chat,
cares?
but I think there's a
Stop it,
difference.
Who cares?
Hold on.
Literally,
One of them.
yeah. Who cares?
Hold on.
Burren, stop
Hold on.
bobbing your head.
People that don't like Nazis care.
The
Yeah.
issue isn't the issue of
Stop
the
it,
difference
stop,
isn't in the
stop.
stature of the people. Where I think, and I am one of
Stop.
the evil Republicans that will
Brennan?
defend the group chat. It's because one was a private group chat where people were making jokes around people they knew wouldn't be offended by them, and one of them was a guy genuinely fantasizing, even when pressed on it, doubling down about killing his opponents and their kids. That's different. Of a bunch of
Can
people
I-
making
Brought up
jokes in a
Republicans
private group
all
chat
day
versus
long.
someone genuinely fantasizing about murdering someone and their kids. is
So if
different.
everything is just a joke, right? Then what makes a super cringy ass joke
everything.
okay?
Not well.
Right,
When you
it is.
Well, hold on,
Let's
hold on,
go
hold
Fatty,
on.
when you-
And
when
just
you
hold
say it
on, hold on, hold on,
comedy,
hold
when you
on,
say it in
hold
good humor,
on.
and
I feel
Can
you
you
right now.
hear me? Why is this like? What is going on, Connor? Are you heading out?
I would like to head out, and also I want to answer a question that Zach asked me earlier, if that's okay.
Sure. And just for the record to the panel, I was actually just going to announce we were going to shut down in about 5 minutes anyway. So go ahead, Zach, to Connor.
Well, actually, I remember his question, so I'll address it. So, number one, if you enjoyed anything I said, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. I will say that all the pussies talking shit about me in chat, none of them came into the voice chat. They didn't have shit to say. They just, oh, Connor's wrong, but you never fucking came and described how I was wrong, you fucking losers. Anyways, what I was going to say is Zach said, why is fascism bad? And so the answer is fascism is political corporatism, which I agree with, which is treating the nation state as a single body that is working in harmony. So the heart is
blocked out. Repeat it.
The question that you asked earlier was, why is fascism bad? Okay. So political corporatism, the government is the brain, the heart is the economy, the bones is the culture, the skin is the military, the white blood cells is law enforcement, and they should be working together as a single biological being within harmony. I actually, relatively speaking, believe that idea, and that's like half of fascism. The other half of fascism, though, is flexible authoritarianism, which says that institutions don't matter, powerful individuals are what drive society, conflict is inherently good, and so what you should do if you're a fascist is you should climb the structures of power however you possibly can in order to get into power and then maintain power however it's necessary. That's why Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler were so vastly different. Now, the problem with flexible authoritarianism and also political corporatism is that it's really easy to analogize social malcontents as diseases, as bacteria, as parasites. And so as a result, it's super easy to basically just say, oh, the Jews are a parasite, or black people are a bacteria, or whatever. And so as a result,
poisoning our blood.
Bacteria or parasites, or what do you do with viruses? You purge them from the body. And so that morally justifies mass slaughter. And so you asked me what's wrong with fascism. That's wrong with fascism. And then, sorry, real quick, I just need to call out one fucking pussy in here. Look at Jared Miller says, what did he say? Yeah, he's a moron. If you're talking about me, cam up, you fucking pussy. Anyways, so
hold on. I want to call.
I had fun.
Winter side in the chat. Thank you for the endorsement of fascism, Connor. Fuck you.
Go ahead,
Connor. I appreciate it.
Connor, you brought up a good point. The only thing I thought about with socialism was we have police departments, we have fire departments, we have United States mail. We have a lot of things that are socialized in the United States.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that another time, only because I want to talk to you about socialism when we're either both sober or both drunk.
Well, I tell you what, I will buy your drink if you buy me a better connection.
Coffee.
Oh, this came in over on your side, Connor, if you want to.
Cool.
You got a bigger name than me, Connor.
Kai says with a big 75 because he's still stuck backstage. He could have just literally used like $20 to bring himself back up. Kai says dropping a big boy for Connor because he's the last bastion for conservatism in America. I truly believe that. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Thank you, Kai. I parasocially love you, and thank you for the fat dono. Seriously.
I think it's a good thing when people can agree upon the basics of America, like the Constitution. We don't agree on a lot, Connor, but I do appreciate being able to sprig out in your chat and agree on the things that we do.
Good. Okay,
right,
I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. on Valor Media Network. So I parasocially love you guys. Have a great night.
Yeah, paid chill, progressive
Good night, Connor.
victory.
Thanks for
puppet.
coming on this evening.
Sorry,
And we're going to go ahead and move to everyone's final thoughts for the evening. It's a little after 1 a.m. and it's kind of been a slower energy night, so I'm okay with going ahead and shutting down. We did 4 hours. I think that's fair. North, would you like to start with your final statement, please?
Yeah, sure. If you support the Trump administration and you call yourself conservative, you should rethink your outlook. Trump is not a conservative. He's a populist. He betrays every single conservative value that we have. And we need to start electing real conservatives again, because betraying our values just to win an election means that we're just seeing the R on the winning ballot. That's all it is. We're not actually promoting conservatism.
Okay. Uncle Fatty, to you, sir.
I would agree with North 100%. When we have an obstructionist party whose entire goal is to own the other party, they kind of tend to lose their values and just only go against the other party and not really go for what they really want. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyhow.
Okay. Thank you.
Jesus would be very disappointed in what's going on today. I'll say that much.
True.
Effigy to you, sir.
Thanks for having me on as always. I wasn't actually planning to come up until you shouted me out and brought me up.
It's not a panel without Effigy here. It's just not.
Oh, I appreciate that. I meant what I said, and it's funny that it triggers everybody so hard, and it does every single time. But look, you guys are the ones who brought up someone who his key thing right after Obama was saying that Obama wasn't from this country. Like, you guys picked that guy. So own that shit, and we'll stop being able to call you these names that you don't like as soon as you guys fix the problem. That's not saying that the left wing doesn't have problems. I'd like to fix the problems in the left wing too. A lot of things that you guys complain about, I want to fix as well. So, and that's why I appreciate Connor so much, because I remember a time where that's what it was like arguing with conservatives, arguing with people like Connor. I missed that time, and I'm going to end with apologizing for everything I said during the 2012 election about Mitt Romney supporters. Because I was calling them all kinds of bad names.
Actually, a poignant.
And I needed to wait a few years before I used all those bad names. And so I apologize to everyone in the 2012 election.
Good.
Jeb, to you, your closing thoughts, please.
Yeah, no, a little bit of a response in the closing statement in one. So, yeah, I mean, Donald Trump's not conservative. Everybody in here agreed with it. The moment we pushed on it even a little bit, everybody on the Trump is conservative side said, well, so what if he isn't? So there wasn't really any resistance to that point, so I think we all agree. Trump's not conservative. As to why we should vote for conservatives and how we get there, one, Don't be pussies and let Democrats push you into such an angry state that you vote for an idiot. Vote your principles consistently, but also on the left, kind of what Effigy was joking about. Stop making the people who would vote for a Ron or a Nikki Haley or an actual or like a Tea Party or Libertarian Conservative, stop making them answer for Trump and they'll stop voting for him. If you can convince them that like there is an actual coalition to be had and that moderates might even be pulled toward them and help their chances of winning if they vote for legit conservatives, then they'll vote for legit conservatives more. But the more you guys push against and push on this narrative of anybody who would even think about voting conservative as a racist Nazi because Trump is, you need to realize how hard you are pushing them toward the other side in terms of the MAGA versus the hard left dichotomy. And the right needs to do the same thing with the left if you want them to get less extreme and stop voting for Mamdani types. You need to stop treating them all like evil socialists.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeb. Kazak, to you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Pretty much what I want to say is, first and foremost, thank you, Sarah, for having me back on. It's been a while. And pretty much I had a good time. I had a good time talking with the panel, and
be good, brother. Be good.
What?
Be good.
Hurry up, guys. I got to pee.
All right. He already started.
That's what I'm dancing to.
No, I'm just kidding. A statue of Nigger D right there. So.
Oh my God! What?
What?
What did you say?
Statue of Liberty right there.
Oh, I thought you said something.
I thought you said, yeah, I heard that too. Don't worry.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Why would I do that?
Because you've done it before here. Atima, to you, please.
Okay, well, so Jeb asked me a question. I never got to answer it. What sources do I trust? I trust sources that I check the methodology on because I am a peer-reviewed scientist, so I know how to make a study. So I tend to check my sources that way instead of just going based off of what other people aggregate. As for a closing statement, I think this is a really silly conversation. We started out with Burkean methods for what a conservative is. I take issue and umbrage with that because he kind of twisted and tweaked what Burke actually said, because Burke said that the institutions the monarch created and provided were the ones that were wholly good and basically a religious bastion, more like a Catholic's view on things than a political thing. And it was more in because he was part of the conservative movement in the French Revolution, or a supporter of it, I should say. So I disagree with his way of using it, though it worked well for his argument. It worked brilliantly for his argument. I didn't see it functioning the way he wanted it to function. As for Trump being a conservative, Trump wasn't called a conservative until the media called him a conservative. He didn't even call himself, he barely called himself a Republican. He had only switched from the Democrat Party a few years prior. So to me, I don't understand why that's a thing, but the MAGA conservative movement, as you want to call it, it's a moderate conservative movement, and I don't see what the problem with that is. So I think
Kirk was moderate.
What?
Just like Charlie Kirk was a moderate.
He was.
Sure.
He really was. He was a no, he was.
All right, hurry up. I gotta pee.
This is the problem.
Close it. Come on,
that's
guys.
what I'm trying. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought because I got cut off so many times tonight, and then my dog started growling in my face. So I think because things have been skewed so far now, we have no middle and everybody is on far side. So it's kind of hard to say what is conservative without sitting down and really hashing out what these words truly mean these days. So I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Hold on. Sarah, before you go, I have one thing I want to...
I have to pee. Goodbye. I love you all. Fuck you. Bye.
This video was somewhat informative. That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.